Hello, hello. Starting a bit late. Ugh. Alright. We're playing hard meta today because tomorrow I have a creative assembly tournament. It's a big one. A little terrifying. I forgot to check in for my own tournament. Silly me. Alrighty. Goblins. Remember to check in. Starting in 1 minute. All right. How goes? How goes? Yeah, the creative assembly tournament's crazy. It's huge. It's huge. There's like a 3,000-pound prize pool. So I should be well practiced. I should be well practiced. So that's what we're doing today. Fingers crossed it all goes well. I won't be able to stream it because it's a creative assembly event. But turn should be. Yeah, Nurgle Sorcerer Chimera I think is insanity. I think Warriors of Chaos in general, I think they got crazy builds. Hopefully they can hard carry me. But here we go. Generating the brackets. Goblins. Oh crap, I posted in the wrong channel. Tourney has begun. Okay. Let's do it. It's gonna be a 5-rounder. Nice. We're up again. Well, up against Castellan. Castilian. All right. Yo. Let's do this. The goal here is to ultra try hard and just win today, build up the confidence for tomorrow, and then all will be well. First tournament? Hell yeah. But yeah, I think Dreadmaws. I want Dreadmaws to be my hard carry for the tournament. As long as I don't get like wagon kited, we should be good. Also, yo, you guys see the new announcement? 40K, baby! Whoa! Yo, 40K Total War, they said it couldn't be done. Oh boy. First tournament against me. Oh, okay. I messaged you on Discord, I think. Let's do it. We got Navigator here. We got Berserk, Boss Toss. Wow, Navigator versus Boss Toss, round 1. That's crazy. You excited for 40K? Same. I just hope that it comes out sooner rather than later. More showing on the 16th? Hell yeah. It's a good day. Whew, but alright. Let's do it. Alright, so there's the code. We'll check to see if they're ready for picks and bans. Oh boy, yo, tomorrow's gonna be stressful. Alright, here we go, picks and bans. What are the maps? First map is Proving Grounds, okay. What's this one? I see. Pretty good for Chaos and Slanesh and the like. You guys think Chaos is just better than Norska? I feel like they might be. Alright, so they're picking High Elves. Let's go, yo, I feel like Chaos is height. Wood Elves are out of fashion, man. Just, Chaos and Slanesh for life. Norska if I can. Honestly, Chaos, Slanesh, Norska is crazy. The 3 factions I got a DLC. Yeah, sure, let's do it. Let's go. There'll be no launch DLC and no Chaos on launch. I think, you know, the way CA does things with the DLCs, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Warriors of Chaos, Slanesh and Norska versus High Elves, Bretonia, and Vampire Counts. Alright. Oh wait, oh no, the map's not set. Okay, no, this is the 3-band system. Okay. So it's Proving Grounds, Cursed Oasis, and Blood Grove. Alright. Here we go. Chaos, Slanesh, Norska. I'm a Rush player now. Beastmen. Beastmen didn't get Bearmen though, you know? Yo, Bearmen should be added to the Beastmen roster. Just to kick Norska in the shins again. Is there a bracket for the CA tournament up anywhere? No, it's being managed via Discord. Oh, adminning. 3 matchups remain. What is the ace match? There's band 3. Alright. I think adminning's good. Yo, Bearman, I swear, Bearman on Warriors of Chaos is crazy. Chaos would not be nearly as good this patch if it wasn't for Bearman. Plus the Dreadmaw. Though Dreadmaw, I guess I can kind of understand. But like, man, Dreadmaw and Chimera again spread around everywhere is rough. Right, but yeah, we should be good. Alright, there you go. I think that's all the adminning I need. Alright. Do you have the total tavern mod map pack mod? Good morning. Hope everyone is well. I'm doing great. 40k total war. It's happening. I just hope the maps aren't too big. Looking at the trailer, it looks like the maps are potentially really big. And if it's max 20 units, but unit sizes are smaller, these maps are gonna feel a little cramped, just a little bit cramped. All right. So yo, I'm getting a car soon. Yo, cars are expensive, man. Oh my gosh, they're so expensive. But it's kind of a necessity. I won't go into details why, but man. Car shopping. Negotiations will be fun though. Hopefully if all goes well, then I can not have to take transit. Taking public transit really is just like mega savings though. I wish we had better public transit here, but unfortunately not. Alrighty. Go. Alright, and that's all my managing done. Do you have our opponent in? They're still not connecting, okay. Let us see. Do you have any other mods on? We have a bit of a new player. Got a bit of a new player. We're just helping them. We're just guiding them through the process before we stomp them into the ground with the most meta factions ever. Such is life. Lead them to the killing pits. Ah, yes, I wanted to do this. Okay. Alright, so they said they had the thing up. There it is. And hopefully I'm able to join. Come on. Nice. Alright. Let's do it. Hopefully this tournament doesn't go too long. This is a best of 3 single elim format. Classic tournament format. Alright. Just helping them out. Alright. Did you get a girlfriend? That's why you need a car? Look at you investigating into my life. I'll never tell. I'll never tell. Why would you need a car just because you have a girlfriend, though? Find someone that accepts you for your public transit taking. Car will be cheaper than the girlfriend, just saying. Yo. I feel like if you just find someone that is, you know, not super high maintenance, not super expensive, I feel like that's not the type of person that I personally want to look for. Although I have heard many horror stories. I know they exist. All right, here we go. Picks and Banes, let's go. TTC, yeah, TTC for life. New player versus Ant, oh dear. Nah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine, or they'll be fine. I don't want to accidentally misgender people. We go with they, always. Just in case. 10 to 15 years ago, living with your parents and not having a car was like a death blow to your chances in the dating scene. Now it looks like wise financial decisions. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think, you know, if you go even further back, you know, I think like gaming was not really like a big thing, but now, like, you know, everybody plays games. The voice crack, though. Ooh. But anyways, regardless, I need to go shopping. Ugh. So much work, though. I just wanna chill. I just want to chill, play Warhammer. Okay, it'll have to be. Proper transit in the Americas. You know, at least we have buses that go between cities. Thank goodness. At least there's something there. It's not amazing, you darn Europeans. You're going to France and looking at the bus map, I'm like, holy crap, there's more than 5 lanes. You got more than 5 lines, my bad. I'm still America brained. All right. So just 3x3 matrix is kind of complicated, so a lot of explaining. But we're getting there. We take our time. Honestly, my matches go by so quickly. I'm not worried about being the last one to get to finals. Okay, they banned what are they banning? What are they banning? Okay, so they banned High Elves versus Norska. Okay, so what? Norska versus Betonia, Norska versus Vampire counts. We have Chaos versus honestly, this is all pretty chill for me. I guess I'll ban I don't know, man. It's all crazy good for me. I think I should practice some matchups. So I'll ban Slanesh versus counts. I'll ban High Elves. Actually, no, I want to play versus High. I'll ban all the Vampire counts matchups. So what's the unholy tech of today? It's going to be, oh yeah, on Twitch. You don't get to see the thumbnail. It's Chimeras and Dreadmaws. I think they are some of the most overtuned units of the DLC. We make use of them, we make use of the Bearmen, easy win. Buses between cities are almost always worse than just plane, though. Train is better. Okay, well, train is better. I'm not flying, you know. I'm not gonna fly 50 kilometers, though. When I'm talking about buses between cities, I mean, like, you know, nearby cities. If I were to go to, like, Montreal or something, then yeah. Maybe just fly it. But yeah. What's the worst part of chimeras? Immune to flanking seems like potentially overkill. I think immune to flanking, if they didn't have it, they would basically be smaller dragons. Honestly, their size is a really big impactor, because they would be dragons otherwise. Noble Naldor, thank you very much for the gifted sub. The most overtuned units of the DLC, uses them en masse against a new player. I'm training for the grand finals. There's 3,000 pounds on the line. Dreadmaws feel like a micro tax at worst. And hard to kill. Pest at best, depending on your micro. Yeah, if you don't have the micro for Dreadmaws, they probably suck. Apparently, they give the hit by artillery debuff, though, which is a massive leadership bomb. So you can shoot at a unit, then unburrow on top of them. Insta-rout. Is great. Why is it in pounds? Deter and move abroad. It's not a Turin tournament. It's a CA tournament. Creative Assembly is in the UK. And does not believe in mercy. And what if they're a smurf? What if they're a mega smurf? It's a single elim, okay? Alright, he banned Slanesh and Betonia. Go full Nurgle, surprise your enemy. Factions are already picked, sadly. And for High Elves. So he's banned out Slanesh. And then I can ban Bretonia Norska. That should be good. Alright. No problem. So the matchups are Warriors of Chaos versus High Elves, or High Elves versus Warriors of Chaos. Bretonia versus Warriors of Chaos, and Vampire Counts versus Norska. You get to pick first. Is there a reason you'd ever pick a Demon Prince? Rule of cool. Demon Princes, for Chaos, no. For Demons of Chaos, sometimes. The Nurgle guy's okay. Alright, he's playing High Elves first versus Warriors of Chaos. Let's go. Let's do it. So here's my Warriors of Chaos training. High Elves can be pretty annoying. They do have Tempest. So that makes the Dread Mage a little bit more awkward. But I think we'll be okay. Or, I mean, it makes the Chimeras a bit more awkward. We're still running Dread Mages. I can use a Reserve Chimera. You know what's really good versus High Elves? Bear Men for days. Did they fix the issue with Dread Mages in multiplayer? No! Don't take them in Reserve. They're buggy AF. Now playing versus High Elves. They're gonna have a lot of cav. Searing Doom is the ultimate in anti-cav tech. So I guess, yeah, I guess that's it. Do I need anything else? Do I need anything else? I don't think so. He could have a mass SE squad, single entity squad. That's usually a little terrifying. You gotta be ready for those. All right, I'll ban. What are the maps? I'll ban Cursed Oasis. All right, so we're doing some map picks. So Barrowmen are really good. Do I need Forsaken? Forsaken are nice. They are really annoying for high elves to deal with. Okay, I really need something to kill an SE squad though. Alright, he bans Blood Grove, so we're playing on Proving Grounds. Alright. I could go with a max armor strat, but eh. So what does Chaos have for this? I could take Bjorg. Get the Bjorg Bear struck in there. Herald Hammerstorm. Yeah, Chaos is kind of weird. Usually, though, their infantry have enough mass, so we don't have to worry. I guess Chimera is a fairly good fighter. Can't go too wrong with that. Sure. Sure, why not? Alright, what's like the filthiest SE squad you could go for? I'm actually mildly terrified that we get like a million single entities and I just can't deal with them. That would be bad. Red Olgor with flaming sword, Wombo. The Maw is that cheap? Yeah, Dreadmaw is 1,000. It's so cheap. Do champions of Nurgle still get fecundity? What do you mean by that? Exalted hero can get fecundity, like a spell, or like? What do you mean? Honestly, if he goes bird build, I think we just win by capping everything. That should be good enough. Maybe I'll take this just in case. But yeah, I feel like I have everything I could possibly wish for here. Life is good. I could even give Archaon some better, like Slayer of Kings. Slayer of Kins. Slayer of Kings is good. I guess I'm spoiling that I'm running Archie. Is that really much of a spoiler though? It's pretty obvious. Archaon is good. Who would have guessed? What else do I want? Do I need doggos? You think he's just gonna sky cutter me? Imagine he just takes like 4 sky cutters. We insta lose. No way though. Ain't no way. Alright, this should be good enough. As long as my Dreadmaw micro is good, I think we're comfortable. They used to get 3 uses. I thought this was the. Oh yeah, the exalted hero. Yeah, not the human guy. The like the plague whatever dude. The plague dude. Yeah, he has it. He sucks though, because he's so freakishly expensive. See event tomorrow? Yeah, it's tomorrow, man. It's tomorrow at 12 EST, so it's 1 hour earlier than we streamed. An hour 30 earlier. Alright, here we go. Let's see what this guy's got. Yo, maybe he's just insane. Maybe he has like some sick Oceanid tech. Imagine I lose to Oceanids. Wow, that would be spice. Trousers next for life. Are you gonna be streaming? Turn's gonna be streaming. Will we see you in Warhammer 40k tournaments? You think they'll have a content creator tournament for that one? You think they'll have dedicated servers? No. C doesn't know what dedicated servers are. Dawn of War is going to be the multiplayer game for sure. CA will secede that. Chaos has decent range. They have better range than a lot of other melee factions like Khorne or Beastmen. But they have worse range than any proper range faction, like, you know, let's say Empire. But yeah, they got Hell Cannons, they have Marauder Horsemen. That's more than what Beastmen or Norska has. One of 4 factions you would touch with a 10-foot pole. I think, you know, even if 40k doesn't apply to y'alls, I think for me, I am super excited for it. At the very least, as a content creator, Total War 40k is gonna be a nice. Ready? Good luck, have fun. Yo, imagine they just poured over the demons of chaos. They just slapped the demons of chaos right into 40k. They already got soul grinders, right? Man, the riots though. Yo, you think the soul grinder of Khorne is gonna be equally bad, or you think it's gonna be better? There's gonna be riots either way. It's an Alistair build. Let's go. So he's mega chunky. We got some sword masters. Sword masters of Hoeth. Okay. All right. Here's the play. Snacks go. Ba-boom, son. Boom. Surprise. Yeah, look at them go. All right. Now Alistair's gonna show up. But then boom. And then boom. Oh crap, I kind of mistimed that. It's okay. My infantry do great versus cavalry, by the way. Yeah, look at Alistair. He's like, what the? Get back here, you darn snacks. They're just flopping around there. Just, woo! Having a great time. Yeah, they're just gonna stall the sword masters. My infantry's great. And then as long as Alistair doesn't cause too many issues, I'm happy. Snacks are chilling. These, what are these Reavers doing? They're just sitting back, relaxing. It's probably a good time to take a Chimera. Is Alistair a king? Slayer of Kings has been activated. Archie does not fool around, man. Alistair's gonna have to disengage. Do I Spirit Leech him? Is that worth? Might be. How the snacks doing? Pretty good, it seems. Whoa! Alright. Let's get a little bit of sick unburrowed tech just to bully the infantry. What are these guys doing? Alright. No, not the cab. No. Oh, the humanity. I think he might have gave a misclick command or something. That's brutal. Well, they're dead. I don't know what was going on, but they fed it to me. This is absolute brutality. Let's try the Chimera now. We'll line up some breath attacks and life should be good. That almost deleted one unit in one cast. I know. Step aside, Fate of Buna. The new best spell is here. Honestly, Searing Doom is insane. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of it. Yeah, this should be a pretty good warm-up game, I'd say. He's landed. Get him, Archie. Bait him up. We're going to use our Hellstriders here to try and block him up. Archie's going to get that rear charge. Going to get the sick unburrows here. The snacks. Alright. And then we're going to test out the Chimera breath attack here. Alistair is not going to like this situation. Archaon is thoroughly dumpstering the poor guy. And then we're going to get our Chimera in there. He has a couple Lions. We'll just counter with Hellstriders. These guys are braced. They'll be fine. And if we can kill Alistair, I'm happy. Look at that. Big Snacks doing great. Are they getting the hit by artillery debuff? No, I think I have to actually give them an attack command for that to work. Though if I do it like this, that might actually work for us. Alistair, he's trying to make his grand escape though. We're gonna see if we can catch him. Archaon with the steel chair. Oh, right in the back. Yeah, Archaon's a menace, man. And we got the Chimera in. So if we get both of the snakes who target him, they should give him that hit by artillery debuff, right? Come on, snacks. Come on, hit him up. Are you gonna shoot? I know you can do it. I know you have the ability to shoot. All right, the answer is no. They do not shoot very often. Gotcha, gotcha. Well, Alistair at least is down for the count. Spirit Leech will definitely get him done for. A little bit of a back cap going on here. Maybe didn't notice that one. He will secure the point, but Alistair is absolutely a dead man. Cool pick though. You think we'll have to wait for spring to get any detailed 40k gameplay? Probably. Yo, white line to trace. Okay, I don't want to fight those guys. Look at that back cap. Sneaky, sneaky. My opponent actually does know how to play for points fairly well. I think at the end of the day, though, Alistair's just kind of too brutal. Can we get the kill, though? Oh, look at that. He actually picked him up right away. Gonna Spirit Leech him, though. I think that Spirit Leech won't kill the main. These Forsaken have served their purpose. This is a bad play, by the way. Don't do this. It's generally speaking not worth it to cast Searing Doom on infantry. Way better versus cavalry. You can see barely any damage for the overcast. Alistair rallied? Bro has no HP. How's that possible? Chad mode has activated for Alistair. We're gonna use our worms here. They're so good versus skirmishers. All right, and let's check out this nerfed Chimera breath attack. Not as crazy as it used to be, but still a very good breath attack. He's coming back in. Oh my gosh, only to rip Alistair. You think we can kill him with okay, if I can't kill him with the Spirit Leech, I'm going for the Searing Doom. He's fast though. Is that gonna land? Come on! Come on, baby! Oh wow, that did no damage. I even timed it well. What the crap? What a ripoff. I got screwed, man. That was the best hit I've ever had in my life. What a ripoff. I thought he was gonna die. That did literally no damage. Brutality. You're glad he's usable in multiplayer now? Yeah, same. It's been a long time coming. Yo, Searing Doom should do more versus SEs. What was that, like 8 damage? Yeah. Yo, I got so ripped off. Yo, I had to try it though. You know, in games like this, you gotta experiment, see if you can learn something new. High vibe damage. I honestly thought it would kill him. I guess it only, yeah. The explosive damage is 30. I guess Alistair also has some pretty good missile resist. Barrowmen are so crazy good. Oh yeah, absolutely. They're basically just Chaos Warriors, but better because they're so much cheaper, while effectively being the same unit. Faster. What's not to love? Oh yeah, look at them spit. So, yeah. Wait, no, damage sustained. Oh, so they don't give the hit by. Oh no, they do. Yeah, damage by artillery -10. So these worms actually count as artillery. It's crazy. That it's actually such an impactful thing for them to be like that, because as soon as you land a hit, You get the unburrow, right? And then boom, it's like a free terror route. You see that? Oh my god, the Reavers. Yeah, that's insane. These worms are exquisite for terror bomb strats, which I find myself to be at least good at. That's kind of one of the things that I really focus on. Turn only? Yeah, tomorrow it's just gonna be turn. CA events, you can't stream your POV. It's how it be. Hellstride time. Bearman could probably use a nerf. If they nerf Bearman, they gotta nerf Dryads, man. Dryads are basically Bearmen. They're faster Bearmen that are slightly less tanky, but it's all terrifying. Oh yeah, console. Yeah, that's a weird one. What are your thoughts on 40k being on console? I heard some people mentioning that. I will say that does raise some alarm bells, right? But honestly, I think Total War can be played on console though. Like even Warhammer 3 could be played on console. It's nice hearing dude. Yeah, it could be played on console, and you know, like your micro's worse, but it's not the hardest thing to port it over. Get some basic group hotkeys going. Like I think you can make it work without making the game way worse. Like most people can play this game with one hand anyways. Can you record a run and make a video after the tourney is done? Like I think so, yeah. It's just covering the replays. I'd be really surprised if they had a problem with that. But I don't know how much I want to do that. I have a few other things I want to edit first. You feel very bad about it? We'll see, I guess. This is a huge title though, right? Like this is a big one, you know? They can't really afford to goof this up. Maybe they can, I don't know. I'm no industry expert. But I feel like it can't be that bad. CA's never dropped the ball on a new release before. They've never dropped the ball. Does anyone know if this kills Spearman if I normal cast it? I heard overcasting Searing Doom kind of sucks. Honestly, normal cast is not bad. Yo, I feel like I should just run Searing Doom all the time. Screw Burning Head, man. Searing Doom is hype. 8, 4, 6. Huzzah. Main problem with having a console version is that they cater for more things. That's true, it's true. Yo, worms cooked. The worms, they cooked. The Bearmen didn't do that well, actually, but they did hold super well. It was very fun seeing Sword Masters, but with not enough units, the bullying was immense. And Archaeon to chat, 3,100. That's how you do. Very nice. Okay, so next matchup, I'll play Chaos versus Betonia. I think that's just one I need to get a little bit more comfortable with. Let's play Warriors of Chaos versus Brett next. I'll ban Blood. I'll ban Oasis again. Diablo 3 having only just 6 skills and fewer players in the party. For Total War, it might be fewer units in the battle and simpler UI, etc. Yeah, the ability count on units might be a little weird. Will there be special items like you can get? I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. More news will be coming. But yeah, if the game is like super simplified, that might just be boring. Also means I'd be like, it would take longer to get updates out and such. But here's the thing. At the end of the day, what CA needs is more money. Now, that seems kind of silly, right? But, you know, if they can just hire more developers and we get DLCs on the reg, I think I would take a slightly simplified Warhammer 2 if it means we got more frequent DLCs. Waiting 1 year is too much, man. It's too long. Alright, Batonians. I need to not die to their flyers. Pegasus Knights, Hippogriff Knights. All very annoying. So, what's the idea here? They can have Alberic. Alberic I can manage though, he ain't the worst. Having a bunch of halberds is just standard good stuff versus the forces of Batonia. You can't really go wrong with just a ludicrous number of halberds. Do I want to Zinchify my halberds? That's actually a hilarious idea. Are there any other units that I would want marks on? Ooh, I should see if a reinforcement Dreadmaw works. Because I tried the, you know, respawning the Dreadmaw. That didn't work, but maybe reinforcements work. Anyone know if they bring fleet battles back? Fleet battles, I've said a million times, I think they're a terrible idea. You shouldn't try to make a game in a game. That's just too much. Development time is gonna be split. It's just gonna be... I don't see it working. Just make it a land battle on a ship. The ships are massive anyways. You know, have some sick boarding action. I think that's fine. And then you can introduce like cool abilities too, you know? Like you can, like your units can spawn in through boarding action. You have like the ships shooting at each other mid-battle, right? I think it could be sick. You don't think there'll be classic siege battles in the game? Hopefully not classic siege battles. In the 40k universe, you know, I don't think we'll have a bunch of space marines kicking at a gate to try and open it. That sounds like it'd be garbage. I think that would actually be the hottest garbage I've ever seen in my life, if they have the gate bug. But there's a bunch of fun stuff you can do with terrain. Just like, imagine an Empire Fort battle, but without the walls and the gate, you know? Like, just have some cool terrain, maybe some capture points. Then you're kind of fine after that. Nth throw incoming. I will say Batonia can be kind of scary. I have the strats though. Okay, we got the good stuff. Dang it! I can't take pleasure seekers. What a ripoff. Oh, I can run this guy. That's pretty fun. But yeah, the Bretonian mobility squad is definitely scary. You have to be quite wary of that. Steer car is pretty funny. Bretonia does do pretty bad versus the blobs. Ooh, yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is a hype build. This right here. This is the build. Alright, Joe, let's just try this out. Honestly, my Chaos versus Bretonia is really lackluster. So I'm trying out a bunch of things so that if I play this in a tournament, I will be ready. The UI, I'm not a huge fan of it because it's so different and it's not really giving a lot of info, I feel. But they might change it, they might not. It's also just familiarity. Every time there's a new Windows UI, people hate it and then they get used to it and the cycle repeats. So I don't know how much of that is impacting. But at the very least, the new UI isn't screaming like, wow, I'm so excited for that. I'm more interested that the game exists. Yeah, if enough people complain about it, they'll fix it. It's still fairly early. Fairly early times. Alright, so I'm having a bit of fun. Halberd spam. Look at them go. So we just have a bunch of these guys. You start with some horsemen. Horsemen are good versus Petonia. And then if he has a big, like, you know, hippo blob or something, we got Steercar, we got Bjorg. All the good stuff. Worst case, we play Dawn of War, yeah. And I can try summoning in the Dreadmaw late game, see if that does anything. All in all, it's a pretty good time. People will tolerate it with exposure. That's not a good defensive UI changes. It's not a complete defense, but like it's a blind spot that I think people don't consider enough when they give their gut reaction. It's not me saying the UI is good. It's saying, you know, hold your horses. You've been exposed to this UI for about 5 seconds. Give it a little bit of time to set in, and then we can make more decisive arguments about it. Horseman, pretty good. Maybe I should have taken Burning Head just for the peasant bowman. I think that would make a lot more sense. All right, let's see if this worm works properly. So he moves unlike before. That's good. Reinforcing Dreadmaw would actually be a really nice add-on to many of my builds. But I gotta make sure he ain't bugged. But yeah. I am absolutely open to the fact that the UI might be terrible. All right, I think that should be obvious. Oh my god, dude. The blobbening. Dreadmaw incoming. But yeah. We'll see though. How will I farm my outrage content? Oh man, dude. Yo, being outraged, I've been there. Just look at me talk about Warhammer 3, man. Outrage for days. Also, Alberic's trying to catch these guys, but he shouldn't be able to. Horsemen are just a little bit too fast. And then here we go. The Maw of Dread has arrived. The poor Bretonian peasants. Eh? I see. So he's hella bugged. Okay, yeah, that's a big bug. That's a big bug. So he doesn't unburrow, but he does the damage. Yeah, how much value did that get him? 200. That's actually almost OP in its own way, because you can kind of just drive by, explosion them. I think he's still super bugged though. Classic CA. You'll love to see it. Well, I have a useless Dreadmaw now. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. See if we can kill these guys. My halberds will die otherwise. Yeah, is this guy gonna unburrow? Woo! Woo! Sadness. Sadness, I say. Yeah, Dreadmaw is still ultra bugged. Never take him in reinforcements. Now, can Archaon cook here? We'll see. Alberic's super dead, that's for sure. It's a good test, though. Can I get a terror out? Oh, no. He has Grail Reliques, of course. Alright, I'm just going to save up for Aeson the Fallen, and we should be good. A little bit of a Searing Doom here on that big old infantry group should get the job done. And then if I surround these knights errant, I think they'll just rout. They're very close. And we have Ace on here. In the meantime, Searing Doom pretty good. And we got the big fight. Archie. Archie versus Alberic. Who's gonna win? Spirit Leech. Spirit Leech gonna win. Aeson has successfully routed off the Bretonnian Cav, and now he can begin to make his way here. The Dreadmaw is useless, but it's okay. That Maw ain't gonna die for someone else's fight. Oh man, that's brutal, dude. Archaon's such a beast. Ludicrous stats on this guy. Ludicrous stats. Alberic's an insane fighter, but Archaon just chops him in half. Poor guy is donezo. And these halberds don't really take a lot of damage from these Bretonnian peasants. So let's go here. We're gonna spread that damage to all these guys in the blob. Aeson cooking them up super hard. And I think that's basically game. That's basically game. 13 damage. Oh yeah, it does 12 damage, huh? Not a lot, though. It's, you know, it's an explosion area. It's not the worst. Huzzah! The point is ours. All right. Let's put an end to these Bretonnians. Get some. I'll get some Chaos Knights here just to get this triple cap going a little faster. There's a mounted yeoman, not a big deal. Dude, those halberds are annoying, man. Super annoying to deal with. And there's the Bretonnian peasant swarm. Let's get a Searing Doom on their faces. How good is it? Partial dodge. Honestly, Searing Doom being able to get like a solid, you know, couple hundred gold even on infantry is really good. I should use this spell so much more. Searing Doom is insane. Spills for that, the worm. All right, here we go. Big rout on the peasantry. And then Aeson can boop. Dang, that has some range. Wow, what is the 200-meter range? Borowski. That's like the whole map. Mega value. Aeson cooking. Yeah, look at that. Should have saved it for the Pegasus Knights, but I'm sure it's fine. He's gonna kill my lord, though. Archie. Danger close bombardment. Here we go. He's gonna dodge it. Partial dodge. Still quite a bit of value, though. Can we defend the point? Let's use this Vanguard over here. Archie versus Pegasus Knights. It's not enough. With the help of Aeson, we got a Mortis engine. And they simply get terror routed. Absolutely brutal. Yeah, Lore of Metal is hype, man. Lore of Metal's super hype. But yeah, overall, I think if you take a bunch of horsemen versus Bretonnia, they feel a lot more manageable. Just have to be a little bit careful about like the flyers and all that, but definitely much more manageable. This is a disgusting blob. I should not have. Maybe I shouldn't have blobbed that much, but it's okay. There's Aeson's ability on the Pegasus Knights, mega value. It's basically like a mini Buna. And then I suppose he might go for this far point. We can summon Bjorg to handle that. Yeah, Aeson is real fun. He's a little expensive, but if you're dealing with like that mobility blob, you can kind of poke him away over time. Got a little bit of a play on the middle point. Using Lance formation, that's fun. My poor Dreadmaw. Look at this guy. Unburrow! Eh. Oh, the poor guy. The poor Dreadmaw. Has who gone any value? Alberic? Outrageous out, chill vibes are in. Yeah, I kind of want to return. I want to return back to the chill vibes in Ticity. You know? That was a big part of my brain way back. But when I came back to Warhammer, it was a little bit too much, anger and hatred in my soul. All right, here we go. Bjorg with the steel chair. And with the steel chair, I mean he's just blobbing them up for Archaon. By the power of Searing Doom invested in me. Even if he dodges, it should still hurt. Oh my god. Yeah, that still hurt. That was a partial dodge, man. Yo, Searing Doom is crazy. It hits so fast. Searing Doom is bonkers. Alright, so that deals with the Knights Errant. Can we defend the home point? It looks like he's going to capture it, sadly. Brutality. Archaon. Beating up that damsel. Damsel in distress. There she goes. She is now shattered. Gelt's been trying to tell you since Warhammer 1. Oh boy. Can't believe I forsook him. Alright, we got Steercar in. Beat him up. Get him in there. Yeah, I always liked Burning Head, but I guess if you think about it, Burning Head was nerfed. Searing Doom was not, so it should really be fairly solid. Oh boy, these guys are dead. And Steercar's explosion. Kablamo. Steercar's debuff. That should do quite well. We got big old Aeson coming on in. It's just fourth path my way onto the point. There we go. And then we got Aeson. Another brutal Searing Doom coming in very soon. We'll see if I can capture this point. End it on a triple cap. Is he gonna dodge this one? Oh my gosh. Quarter HP gone. Pretty sure this match was over as soon as Alberic went down. Yeah, but you know, it's totally fine if people want to stick in the match. It can be fun to just play Warhammer. It's chill. Let's send Bjorg over here. My matches go by super fast anyways, you know. It's either this or we're just sitting in a lobby. At least I get to throw some spells out. Whoa. Stay on the point. Steercar, speed debuff, 44 speed yeoman. Brutal. You ever wonder if Searing Doom's just a little too good? Well, people were on the Melkoth's train for a while. The lore passive isn't nearly as good, but the spell itself is quite ludicrous. But just how strong it is versus cavalry, especially because we're in a cav meta. Losing can be fun, absolutely. GG. All right. So that's game. Or that's our first best of 3 done. And so we advance to the next round. Who will we be facing next? Archaon, 4,000 value. What a Chad. Halberds with shields are not bad. They're kind of fun. Worm. Not a working unit when it comes to reinforcing. But it happens. Alright. Alrighty. Just gotta find my next opponents. And who shall they be? Who are we looking at? So that was 2-0. That was Warriors of Chaos versus the Bretonnians. And in game number 1, it was the High Elves. I think Chaos is super strong. Zan Brand. Yo, yo. Send them the lobby code. And get some picks and bans. Let's do some of this. All right. And then what we're looking at. Who's top bracket? It's them. It's a bottom bracket day. Good just to practice micro. Yeah. And learn from your opponent. Yeah, I have nothing against people staying. Nothing against them. Unless, like, the tournament is going really long. And we need to pick up the pace so that games get played. But that's, like, the only situation, really. Doom loses value as people get better, and Malkoth is always value. Yeah, and the lore passive speed boost is really good for outplaying peeps. His first pick is Korn. I'm gonna go Slanesh and Chaos. I'm a rush main now. With Horseman. Yo, it's crazy you can silence the worms to counter them. Oh, Wood Elves. Interesting. Korn and Wood Elves. Wood Elves should be pretty bad versus Slanesh and Chaos nowadays, though. Slanesh is just a much stronger faction. The advent of Slongors. The advent of Slongors really makes things different. All right, I'll be back in a sec. Whoop. And we're back. Ooh, let's see. What do we got? Kurgan Horsemen. Yeah, they're not that crazy. I think Ice Wolves are like better than Kurgan Horsemen. They're nice to have, but Norska would definitely run 8 Ice Wolves if they could. How speedy are the purple goats? I think they can go higher than 50. Pretty sure they can get like 55. With some speed buffs too, you can get them up to 70. Actual cav. So he bans Slanesh versus Wood Elves. That's crazy. Okay, well, I don't really know what I want to ban. Sure, let's just ban the two. Let's just ban the Wood Elves out. I want to practice versus Korn and High Elves. Makes a lot more sense to me. Think they're ever going to mark the Bearmen? Just like mark to Norskin units? I don't think they will. That would be news to me if they did. Okay, sure. So yeah, let's do some of this. All right. So he gets to pick first matchup. Let's do it. I'm ready. He's also getting... Yo, why can no one join my lobby? What's going on? I'm gonna restart my game. Everyone keeps having issues joining my lobby, and I don't know why. Is my internet sucking? Best design unit of the new DLC. Which one? Are we talking Slongors? I think it's nice that... I think it's nice to have units that have like one big weakness. That feels good to me. High Elves versus Chaos. He bans Jade Tombs. Let's play Altar. Altar of the Champion. Let's do it. So I'm playing Chaos against his High Elves. This should be fun. The Worm Madness. Worm Madness goes very hard here. Just gotta make sure we don't lose the SC fight, and then I think we're good. But Chaos can actually contest single entities pretty well now with Steer Car. Steer Car's just so good. He's just so good, man. And I think he's really the only guy I need to contest single entities. I don't think I need much else. Wookie. Alright, nice. Just a tournament dropout, but we're fine. Just give him the drop. Someone needs to drop out. Alright. So, let's see here. It's High Elves. I'm really getting in on this Searing Doom train. Archaon Searing Doom. It's kind of hype. Spirit Leech for some utility. Yeah, the one big weakness is if you take worms, there's no resummon. Other than that, though, they're pretty sick. What the? Hit a unit limit? Rare single entities. Steer Car is a rare single entity? Okay. Alright there, game. Unit caps. Darn you, unit caps. Dude, the Dreadmaw counts as a 360 unit. It counts as a single entity. It counts as a rare single entity and a missile unit. You can't take anything when you take the Dreadmaw. What a ripoff. Alright, what else do I want? So Barrowmen are really obvious. We can just play the capture point game if he goes mass SEs. Pretty sure that works out really well for us. It's Altar of the Champion. And if he has a bunch of infantry. Honestly, Dreadmaw and Horseman is like... Is that not OP? I feel like it's super strong. I think it's super insane. Just Dreadmaw, Horsemen, because the Horsemen counter SE builds, and the Dreadmaws counter infantry builds. So then there's just literally nothing they can do, unless I am sorely mistaken. I'm pretty sure there is just nothing. I don't know. We'll see. When they combine the Chaos factions in the End Times. Oh my god, End Times DLC for Chaos. Yo, this little hair floof will not go down. But yeah, when they release that DLC. Ooh. Ooh, man. Chaos is gonna be the most stacked faction in the game. Calling it. Bretonia DLC incoming, trust. The wonderful Batonians. Feels bad watching myself get wrecked. Sorry, man. It happens though. We're on our training arc. That means much more try-hard city than usual. All right, so this is just standard good stuff, you know. This build has everything you could possibly want. Ready? Good luck. Have fun. You got your bearmen. You got your worms. We can micro them very well. Beastmen Slongors could be kind of nutty since they get the Primal Fury Plus thing. What do you mean? Are we talking about just speed? Because yeah, Beastmen Slongors are super fast. Oh dang, okay, we got the Murworm. I forgot about the Murworm. Yeah, High Elves have ground SE builds now. Crap, I totally forgot about that. Thankfully, Horsemen are still a really good counter. But this definitely changes some things. So he sees the Dreadmaws. They are here. We're just gonna play Avoidance. That is Caradrian. He didn't take the sick ability on Caradrian. How dare he? Whoops. Alright, just keep running. Just keep running. And we're just gonna contest this side. So I'm just gonna get Steer Car so that Archaon doesn't get stomped in the face. Split Bearman, run! Run for your darn lives! This is definitely a game that we have to win based off of capture points. Archie's booking it. What is this? Terror Bomb strats, I see. Well, that's pretty fun. Okay, Archie's just running for his life. Get Spirit Leech on him, that's okay. Just gonna get our Horsemen here. We're going to alley-oop and get a bit of explosion damage over there. Archaon can just kill Caradrian. He's super surrounded right now. Not a very pretty position for that man. Alright, and then we're just gonna get the fattest Unburrow you've ever seen. Caradrian is super chump change, by the way. I don't think he'll be a problem. Horsemen are trading pretty well. Dreadmaws just annihilating these poor guys, but we do have some Oceanids coming in. The Dread Oceanids. I swore to myself that I would not lose to them. But you never know. Ouch. Jeez, Murworm hurts. It hurts. My poor calf. Alright, we're bringing in Steer Car. The Steer Car is sick. He can fight, man. Steer Car can absolutely fight and tussle here. How's the Dreadmaw doing? It's doing fine. Whoop. A little bit of deeps coming in. But we got a good fight. We got a pretty good fight. Steer Car is on that Murworm. Now, I probably don't want to focus the Murworm. It's just very tanky. Oh boy. Yeah, there we go. And a sick Unburrow. That should rout off a bunch of those fools. All right, nice. Yeah, we wanna kill a L'Oreal. Get the Larry dead. Steer Car is perfect for that. Opponent trying to gear some points. They're doing all right. How's Archie doing though? Not the prettiest. Archaon could be doing better. Steer Car's hurting him though. Big Murworm's taking a lot of deeps. Honestly, if I can just kill them here and now, that's a huge advantage. It is just the one Murworm, right? Ouch, though. Caradrian. Leave Archaon alone. Ouch, my flesh. All right, Caradrian hurts. It's all very painful. Bearmen holding versus Oceanids, though. It's a wet noodle contest. Archaon will survive. And the slow is underway. Perfect. This is why we take Steer Car. You route off one of them, everyone else is off the table. Archaon's just gonna keep baiting. Yeah, look at him go. There is no escape. Look at how slow this guy is. What a jump. And then if I can kill off this person so that there's no spirit leeches, then it should just be game. These merworms over here. Well, you got a couple archers? I don't think so, buddy. Prepare yourselves for the double wormage. There we go. So she's gone. Steer car has sick routes. Caradrian rallies, but that's not a problem. Yeah, I think Warriors of Chaos can absolutely fight the SE game. You babysit Archaon well enough, life is good. Look at that. And the merworm is down. The double worms are having the time of their lives. We can start shooting into here. Bearmen don't take any damage from Oceanids. Holy crap. That's actually hilarious how good those Oceanids, or how bad the Oceanids are versus Bearmen. I really thought they would do better. So what, they have melee attack 24. So that's 38 melee attack. The chance to hit should actually be decent, all things considered, but apparently not. In the meantime, Farpoint being held. The indestructible Bearmen continue to crush face. And it looks like that's going to be GG. Huzzah! Woo! Yeah, Steer Car absolutely turns every SE fight in your favor. It's so risky to fight them because if you rout, you know you're dead. Absolute brutality. Absolute brutality. Worms were chilling. They cleared the infantry like no one's business. Archaon got 2,000 value. Steer Car got 1,500. But most importantly, my horsemen were amazing. Dude, double worm horsemen. It's so good. What a magnificent build. Let's play Norska versus Korn next. Norska versus Korn. I'll ban Altar. So either on Oil Fields or Jade Tomb. This will let me get my Norscan practice in. I don't think worms are as good here. But chimeras have to be insane. Yeah, Steercar is such a cool hero. Also, yeah, Bearmen have 11,000 HP. I think they could probably use a slight price increase. Just a smidge. But yeah, Norska versus Korn should be fairly straightforward. I have some insane DPS with the Kurgan Horsemen. Magic wise, what do I want? Searing Doom? Not versus Korn. What's some good magic versus Korn though? Plague of Rust? Plague of Rust is pretty funny. I think Searing Doom's not bad though if they take like Chaos Knights or something. Honestly, I think Searing Doom is not the worst versus Korn. As silly as it is, there are a handful of situations where it could definitely get some work done. And then what? And then what? Okay, obviously we want Ice Doggos. Amazing little unit over there. Should I take the Cold Voider? Just breath attacks for days. It's a funny idea, but I don't think it's actually good. Probably need something to deal with Furies, right? I remember playing this matchup and finding that Furies were super annoying. Kurgan Horseman dual weapons for the Furies? Oh my god. Let's see here. Berserkers to clear chaff. Ooh, Marauder Bearmen great weapons for armor. That's kind of a wild idea, but it might actually be good. Though they're so much more expensive than normal Bearmen for the great weapon dudes, but I might just need it. What else is there? I can get Werekin. I know Skull Taker is annoying. It's butts to kill. Though I have a decent amount of options for Skull Taker. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. Anything else I want here? Followers of the Great Eagle, Marauder Chariots. That's pretty wild. I think I don't have the micro for it. But because this is a, you know, not super competitive tournament, I can take it just for the lulz and the practice. And then my main army, I'll just run, I don't know, do I just want capture weight? Nah, I don't need that. What do I want? Marauder Hunters? With axes? Oh my god. Sick play? Alright. Sure, let's do it. No way, not into corn. I want to see. Let's test the limits of Searing Doom. There's Chaos Knights, and there's, maybe Flesh Hounds. It probably doesn't do anything for Flesh Hounds. They have 50% magic resist. But, I think Marauder Horsemen would not like it. I get the feeling that Buna is better, though. But still, I gotta try. Okay, honestly, probably Buna's way better, but we'll see. Fimir. Fimir are cool, but I actually... It's really weird. Fimir against other units in melee. Like, they're actually not the craziest melee unit ever. They're just really tanky. They don't get shot to death. But, like, a dedicated fighting faction actually does pretty well versus Fimir. Ready, good luck, have fun. Alright, let's do it. And then after this, we're going to be facing Berserk. Ooh, now that's a big name. Navigator beat Boss Toss too. Terrifying. In a sweet 2-1 type of situation. Jonia and Adam TM are still facing off though. Don't know why their match is taking so long. Let's give them a quick message and then we should be good to go. Here we go. Let the capturing begin. So this is... Yeah, okay. So this is exactly what I wanted to go up against. This is the... Do you have enough DPS to face my wrath kind of build? It's just a whack load of infantry. Chaos Warriors and Forsaken into the horizon. Now, Khorne hates it when you get a mobility advantage. Thank you very much, anonymous gifter. For the tier 1 sub, enjoy your ad viewing. Paradoxical. So we're just going to go straight over here. I don't know if it's actually worth it to capture this point. It's going to take it back very soon. But I guess it's just going to happen regardless. So I should be able to get a pretty solid breath attack here on the Forsaken. Nice. It's actually a rather hard breath attack to dodge, I find. So that's pretty nice. Gonna get another one off on those warriors. This is gonna be a nice little bit of damage. He's gonna see this, right? He's gonna see and dodge, but it'll peel for my chimeras a little bit. It's even only a partial dodge too. They also dumpster Valkyria because the unit's broken. Oh my gosh, yo, the Valkyria dumpsterage. That's brutal. Valkyria does not like getting eaten alive by chimeras, turns out. And he's gonna capture some points, but I'm playing for value here. Alright, so let's put this one on 5. Got an axe throwers in there. It's a big old chimera blob. He's gonna send in his horseman. This is a good position for a Searing Doom though. I'll give it that. Searing Doom versus Furies? It's partial dodge. Let's pull back the Kurgans. Give them a bit of a better situation. Let's start microing our chariots. Gotta be a little careful. He's converging in with his Forsaken. But the Chimeras are just such insane beasts. They don't care about anything. They're just chilling. Alright. So that's already a fairly nice trade for me. We killed a bunch of Furies. My Chimeras took effectively no damage. What's not to love? And then I just spam Kurgan Horsemen to clean up the infantry. Not my best chariot micro though. I did let my axe throwers get caught too. Slight miss micros, but overall, I think because we still have the home point, life is very comfortable. I can set up for another Searing Doom over here on that little glob. Searing Dooms, man. How much deeps will it get? A decent amount. It's nothing crazy, but it's damage. Damage is damage. That'll do. I think if we start spamming Ice Wolves too. I suspect we'll get some Flesh Hounds here soon. So I want to be able to tussle against them. Fury should be really bad versus the Chimeras, by the way. Alright, let's keep up the cycle charging with the chariots. There's no killing these Chimeras either. Ooh, there's the heal. We got the heal, baby. Chariots are doing great. He's gonna have a couple horsemen, not a big deal. And then I think if we turn around here and get a breath attack on these horsemen, that should actually be quite painful for them. I don't think the horsemen can actually survive that. Pretty good deeps, quarter HP down. Keep microing the chariots well. And yeah, I think the difference between this matchup and how it was before is that the horsemen, the Kurgan horsemen, give you so much more deeps as a cleanup group. So as soon as you get that early game advantage, you're kind of in a wonderful position. Chariots are having a good time. Searing Doom, yeah, not the best versus the Marauder Horsemen. I might barely still route them off, though. Yeah, okay, we get a route off of it. I'll take that. Let's get another one of these guys. Gotta be a little careful about the chariots. Oh, he's going for that Lord Snipe. Okay. Run, you little caster, run. He should be fine. Horse casters are fairly slippery. He's getting mucked up a little bit though, but I think he'll be okay. And then if I can kill Valkia, then life is super chill. But yeah, horsemen are great as long as they're not taking damage. As long as they are not taking damage, they can get a lot of work in. And my horsemen are sitting super comfortably right now. The Chimeras are also just amazing. Any faction without Tempest is going to have a hard time against them. Some Marauder of Khorne unit over here. We're just going to bully with the breath attack. And it feels like I just have so much time. This was a pure armor max Khorne build. But while Empire will have a hard time actually getting the deeps in, he's at under 500 tickets. Even build-up strategies, they attack at 500 tickets when they are getting triple capped. Well, not even triple capped. I managed to hold my home point really well. So let's see Chimera versus Furies in a vacuum. The immune to flanking seems to be helping them out a lot. How my Chariot's doing? Yeah, Chariot was okay. I think Kurgan Horsemen are better because they'll also win the cav fight. Dang, those Furies though, they're really suffering. The Furies are not happy at all to fight Chimeras. Chimeras are kind of crazy. They're kind of crazy. This one's almost going to be at full HP because it can heal in a second. Insane. It's crazy, crazy work. Valkia lands. Oh my god. Jeez. The weapon strength on them. They hit like giants. Valkia is going to die. That is a certainty. Okay, catch a couple of these guys maybe. Have lots in the bank. We have a crazy value lead and a ticket lead. GG. Insane. That's crazy. Yeah, this matchup went from slightly Norska favored, I'd say, to extremely Norska favored. That felt like absolute devastation. The Chimeras got absurd value. Never died. My horsemen were having the time of their lives. Searing Doomcaster, I think I would replace. But this just does not stall. You just can't against the DPS. The massive, fat DPS of the Norskans. Ice Wolves did fine. Valkia, unfortunately, was not enough. Yeah, I think you can't really get air superiority though until they buff Bloodthirsters. Air superiority is just gonna be impossible for Khorne here. Wonder if Overcast on the Blob was worth it. I've like never had a good time overcasting Searing Doom. On that Blob though, maybe. Had some Wrathmongers. Horsemen didn't really do too much, especially for how expensive they are. So that was 2 and 0. And that was going to be Warriors of Chaos. That was, yeah, Chaos versus High Elves. And that was Norska versus Khorne. I think Chaos and Norska are going to be my top tier factions. Slaanesh too. They all feel pretty good. So now we're up against Berserk. Yo. Danican has made it to top 4 already. What a beast. Seriously though, Danican's insane. This is going to be our only top bracket game of the day. Very fun. Very fun. Now, Berserk is a super good aggro player. So being able to take Khorne off of them will be... Khorne and Chaos will be good. CA, please buff Greater Demons. See, I don't trust them to buff anything anymore. There's too many conflicts with Land Battle too. And the last few updates, even when they make changes, they're really mild. Ain't no way! Yeah, they would have needed Valkia and a bunch of Furies to fight the Chimeras, but it never felt like the Chimeras were actually gonna lose. It always felt like they were up trading. Especially because there's 2 of them. What'd you say is the absolute worst matchup? Slaanesh versus Nurgle. I've played against a fairly average Slaanesh player. Super tryharding as Nurgle, and we still lost terribly. Yeah, I think as long as you know to go for the other points, it's kind of just over. Like, literally, just don't YOLO into Kugath. You tell that to a completely new player, they'll probably win versus the best Slaanesh player in the world. Yeah, and now there's Pleasure Seekers. Oh my god. Really hard to balance between Land Battle and Dom. Absolutely. Beastmen got the Chimera too. Yeah, but do they have Bearmen? If you gave Beastmen Bearmen and Dreadmaws with the Chimeras, sure. Sure. But no. No, that's kind of a big part of it. Chimeras alone will get countered by Tempest. You need just like that little bit more oomph with the Dreadmaws. Goatmen. So many Goatmen. Altar of the Champion, Hashut's Oil Field, and Jade Tomb. Wait, no. All right. Here we go. Picks and bans. Obviously, we gotta pick Slaanesh first. Yo, Beastmen, if the top factions weren't there, Beastmen would be really good with the Chimera. There's just too many factions that are basically Beastmen but better. Though the Gore Herd spam is quite nice. I give him that. Alright, so I think I picked Slanesh first. Slanesh is just really good. I think many people will ban my Slanesh, but on the off chance they don't, I gotta make sure they're strong. Is he gonna go Chaos Norska though? If he steals Chaos and Norska right from under me, that'd be very painful. I actually don't have that many counters to Chaos Norska. Outside of Slanesh, of course. Slanesh is insane. I could go Dark Elves. Get some Danican action. I think I can play a mean Dark Elves. An Empire even? Ooh, that'd be hype. If he goes Chaos Norska, Dark Elves Empire. Easy. And he's gone for Lizardmen Norska. Alright, so I'm obviously going to take Chaos. And then my last faction can be Empire. Empire is quite good versus Norska. The War Wagons are a pain in the butt to deal with for the worms. More people must bring Torox. I miss Torox, man. Torox was hype. Little unkillable guy in multiplayer. Goatmen is just a more specific form of Beastmen. How can they possibly be worse? Oh, what do we got? Yeah. He went Lizardmen Norska. Yo, I'm starting to get hungry again. Why? Lizardmen, Norska, Demons of Chaos? What the what? Demons of Chaos. That's crazy. That's absurd. Yo, I'll play Slanesh into Demons of Chaos. New Slanesh, if they don't dumpster Demons of Chaos, what am I even doing with my life? Empire is good versus all of them. So I can just start banning the more even matchups, but I'm gonna leave Slanesh Demons of Chaos. I would be crazy not to go for that. I should also look for some sustenance. What do we got? I think I have some... I got some peanuts. I can enjoy those. We're just waiting on his Banes anyways. We got time. Emergency peanuts. Okay. How is he banning? Norska Empire question mark? Okay. Still has a second ban. What you gonna ban? Give me your worst. And Chaos Empire, alright. Oh no, he's gonna leave Norska versus Empire, dang. You banned Chaos and Warriors. Like Chaos and Lizardmen. Hmm. Hmm. Sure, let's do this. Last remaining matchups is Slanesh Lizardmen, Slanesh Demons of Chaos, Empire Lizardmen, and Empire Norska. These should all be pretty good for me. And he banned Slanesh Demons of Chaos. Dang it. I kind of wanted to play that. Alright. Let's play Slanesh versus Lizardmen. I'll ban Carcass. This should be fun. Slanesh versus Lizardmen. I lost this one before, but never again. I think if you just pull a strong enough rush, Lizardmen just die. So that's what we're planning to do. Gotta be real careful about taking pleasure seekers. They might just get murdered. Other than that, I think life is chill. Dang. Torox the Brass Bull. Yo, that take is actually the healthiest take ever. Oh my gosh, Torox! Has Torox been going to therapy, or was he always just goated? Pun slightly intended. Maybe there'll be a secret cow planet? Dude, that'd be so hype. Yo, the map looks huge. The map looks massive. And each planet is like, you know, there's multiple fights for each planet. That's kind of crazy. Alright, so the mask is insane. The mask is just insane. There's no way. There's no way we lose this with the mask. Surely they're just too good? I don't know, man. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe there's some crazy plays incoming. I'm very interested to see what Berserk will be bringing to bear against us. I personally think... Oh, the map is Itza. I personally think we should have a huge advantage. But you honestly never know. Never know with these guys. Maybe you'll have just like a crazy box build. Though, like, the mask breaks boxes now. I don't know, man. What is he gonna bring? What crazy shenanigans are we gonna see today? We're on Battle for Itza. That'll be quite fun. Are we gonna see a Shredder of Lustria tech? Some sick Shredder plays? I don't know. I don't know. This is just a good build, though. Yeah, this is just a good build. So, I think we can't really go wrong on this front. You know, pleasure seekers are not bad versus Shredder in the right circumstances. Let's just try this and see where we end up. Dude, I'm so hungry. Been a minute since you've seen some Warhammer multiplayer. Did the big news bring you back? Was it the DLC? Hopefully we load in soon. Mm-hmm.
Sorcerer of Slaanesh. Demoness! Sin and depravity!
This is such a simple build. But yeah. I walk forwards, I pendulum his skinks, they rout. Stircar wins the game. That's it. It doesn't get simpler than this. Give me your worst. Gotta bring my A game versus Berserk. A Coatl? Okay. A lot of skinks. Surprising number of skinks, okay. Hellstriders are the solution. Sirkar's just gonna dodge. He's good at that. What we got? It's just a Coatl. It's just a straight up. It's just a fat Coatl, okay? At least Sirkar's really good at dodging. So it seems like he's going full high ground. So there's no point really fighting this then. Oh, almost landed. That would have been bad. Okay, he's playing the avoidance game. I just want one good clean fight and we're good. Though we can't afford to wait. I am playing Slaanesh. Gotta be careful. This thing does have some spells that are kind of nasty. His Lord should be around here though. Which I think makes things a lot more awkward. Because if I just kill his Lord, then we win, right? I guess that's what we're going to look at. Let's get that Vigor debuff going on the Coatl. So it should get tired as time goes on. That's good for us. Temple Guard. All right. Some Temple Guard and it's a Mazdamundi. All right. So, and there's some Salamanders here. Okay. Well, I can just go for the Mazda snipe. I think that's the way to go, yeah. Just beat him up. It's a pretty nasty lightning bolt on us, but we're still doing okay. Forsaken are coming on in. We're gonna get that big old Stircar hammering going soon. Them skinks are not super happy about this current position. I think Yeah, we'll leave the vigor reduction on for now. It also slows them, so that's just very good for us. He gets a good net though. But with steer car in, now life is going to be pretty sus. If anything routes here, it's basically doomsday for my opponent. So I think that's kind of the big scary part. We're going to hide in the trees. Get some demon nets in here. Just take a clean fight. I just need a couple of these guys to rout. Just a handful and we're good. I think these guys are low enough where if we pendulum them, they should rout off. And then steer car will activate his ability. I think that's a lightning bolt. Oh, that's a comet. Scary. Woo, pleasure seekers cooking pretty hard too. Nice. And this is when we activate that debuff. So now we have a unit routing off. Steer car is given his mega debuffs. Trading wise, we're still doing pretty good. Pleasure seekers are going ham. And this is where life becomes absolutely painful. The mask ain't gonna die. The mask will be fine. Temple guard is slowed. Everything's slowed. Melee defense is down the drain currently. I didn't micro my pleasure seekers perfectly, but this is just gonna be super painful, right? Nothing's able to escape. And I have yet another pendulum to continue that routing train. If everything's just constantly routing forever, I think that's the win con. Steer car is continuing to debuff all these guys, so there really is no escape. Unfortunately, I don't get my army abilities back as hard as I did before, but I think this is still extremely favored for us. Everybody dead. Look at the speed on these demon nuts. 83 speed. My demon nuts are faster than his cavalry. Mazda Mundi 8 speed. He is now the speed of a normal frog. And you know what? I don't like spell casting. Let's just turn that off for Mazda Mundi. Why don't we? Oh, what is this? Cold One Riders at 17 speed. Nah, I think we're good. Oh, I think we're good. Oh, let's slow them down even more. Oh, I'm power tripping. Let's go. Oh, crap. I lost my pleasure seekers. Do I care? I don't care. This is the easiest fight I've ever taken in my life. Coatl. Oh, he can't move. Oh, I hit the wrong button. He can't move. There is no escape. There is only Slanesh. Yo, steer car is the best character in the game. I love him so much, man. He's so cool. He's so cool as a concept. Oh my god. Is he balanced? I don't know. We'll have to see on that one. Dude, his poor Cold One Riders though. Oh my god. They finally escape steer car slow, only to get hit. Gets a nasty comet. Doesn't matter. Hits a couple Forsaken. They're tanky. That's a banishment though, so we want to pull away from that. It's almost a permanent around steer car. Yeah, you can't afford to let your units rout against Slanesh. Oh my god. Dude, that's so sick. That's so sick, man. Playing steer car makes you smile like steer car. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy, man. Imagine running skinks against Slanesh. Anyways, his build was pretty rough regardless. Having salamanders and skinks and skirmishers against a rush build like this, you're naturally going to run into a bad position just because you're always down on the melee front. The mask has insane speed reduction with steer car, and then the pendulums just actually get us there. His cavalry could not do anything. Wet noodles, all of them. Even my pleasure seekers who died early got 1400. Crazy value. Slanesh is cracked, man. I don't know how you're supposed to kill him. Maybe I should ban Slanesh, I don't know. What else do we got? Empire versus Lizardmen, Empire versus Norska. Who does he want to play against? Regardless, I'm playing Empire. How do you even fight that? You have to take fewer skirmishers. Taking skirmishers versus Slanesh is a very common misplay, I feel. If your opponent is good enough at rushing, your skirmishers just become a liability. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He doesn't want to play Norska. He's trying to learn Lizardman. This is good practice versus Charik, so. There's not a lot of Lizardman players, actually. It's kind of sad. Hmm. Oh, these guys are hype. But what else do I want? Honestly? Yo, I feel like the Humble Empire Knight is just hype. You can never go wrong with just a couple normal Empire dudes. This is a bit of a weird pick. How do I round out this build? What's the strongest DLC unit? I think Dreadmaw is super strong against infantry heavy play. Dreadmaw is kind of crazy. A lot to micro though, but technically, if you micro it perfectly, you shoot with it, get a -10 leadership debuff on a unit, and then you unburrow on top of them. So it's, imagine if you hit a unit with a cannonball and then charge it with a manticore. The leadership debuff is through the roof. So if you use it versus like greenskins or something, it should just be an auto win. Dreadmaw is just kind of insane like that. Dude, this build this build is so oppressive. If things turn out well, this is a disgusting one. Are Flagellants OP versus Slanesh? I wouldn't say they're OP. They're not bad, but the problem is they don't beat Forsaken. I would actually run Great Swords instead. You really just need a Forsaken counter, and then you're mostly okay. But yeah, you might think like, okay, the Great Swords, technically they have armor to pierce for Slanesh, but at the end of the day, if they win their melee fight, they win the melee fight. So yeah, like even if it's slightly less than cost effective, the important thing is that Slanesh will never get into your back line if you have a Great Sword front line. And if they can't get into your back line, well, you get to shoot them all day. And that's how you win. Already. Honestly, I'm feeling pretty good about this tournament. I think having Chaos and Norsk is just so nice. Chaos, Norska, Slanesh. with Empire counterpick. Chair stream. I need a chair emote. Yeah, we'll see what Berserk decides to bring. I'm trying to think of what would be good versus this. I can't think of much. Chair emote would go so hard. I'll add it to my to-do list. Where is it at? All right. Is this tourney for all the marbles? Not this one, but the one on Saturday. The difference between first and second place is crazy, man. 3,000 pounds for first place. That is, that would make it the biggest tournament prize in all of Warhammer history. That would be a bigger prize than even my whole PC setup. That's quite a bit. But alright, can I beat Berserk's Lizardmen? The big question. We already crushed them with the power of Slaanesh. Empire, though, is definitely a lesser faction. We're sticking to just playing it well. But my goodness, does Empire have a lot of DACA. So I'm going for the classic Anticity. Wagon Engineer Kite, alright? There has never been a more Anticity build than this. It's Wagon Engineer Kite. We got the Sons of Sigmar. They're going to play here to contest that point. I got Gelt. It's perfect. The voice crack. Seriously though, this is absolutely a pain in the butt to deal with. The problem is Lizardmen, they just don't really have a lot of ways to shut these guys down.
Yes, General.
They have, like, if you go really hard on the Skink Skirmishers, yes. I also have Mercurial Shot, which is amazing. We have more ammunition, so he can't stuff me up. Gelt on foot. He's on a horse. He's on a horsey. Lizardman Cavalry can be really painful. But I have my Cav solution. Any matchup where you have a hard time versus Cavalry, you bring Searing Doom. That's 5, 7. We could see a couple Skink Skirmishers here. They shouldn't do that much versus my Empire Knights at least. And I do have a cannon. So yeah, there they are. So do we charge them? I think we go for it and just see what we can squeeze out here. I might even be able to get a Searing Doom on them, but we'll see. I don't know if my knights will actually catch them here before the infantry show up. With the charge, they might be able to get a little bit of poke. It's gonna be close. It's maneuvering them, and we're gonna get a decent charge. Nice. And we're setting up for a trap here. Those Cold One Riders, I just want to Searing Doom them, right? It's that simple. So we just plonk that down over there. And then hopefully that gets a lot of work done. All going well, we trade an Empire Knight for some Cold One Riders. Not a terrible day for us. No. It seems like the trade could have been slightly better. He also still has a unit on the point. What the chameleon skinks? Where'd they come from? Alright, well, let's get more Empire Knights going on. And catching these chameleon skinks is a nice play for us. And we do have all these capture points. He does have the Legion of Chiqua with their crazy missile resist buff. But that will only last for so long. And it's gone. You know what that means. Alley-oop. And alley-oop. So that should just bully him. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, bro. Those poor guys. Poor guy's got absolutely devastation. Oh my god. Dude, Mercurial Shot is insane. Alright. Can you even see this if I chuck this down like that? Okay, yeah, you can still kind of see it. Is he gonna dodge it though? I don't know if he manages to dodge. Damage was not that great, I'm not gonna lie. A little disappointing on the magic front. My cavalry's a little caught up now too. I think this fight could be going a lot better for me. It's not the end of the world. His cavalry's still kind of suffering, but I'm not exactly winning this flank fight, even if everything else is going fairly well for us. The wagons at least should be able to cook. And with a few grenade launchers here, I think we should be in an okay position. That's a really good Searing Doom. That should give him some bit of a hard time. If it lands, gets a good dodge though. This guy's good at dodging. But I still am able to get a decent amount of damage. Now there are more chameleon stalkers here. Very annoying. Very tough to deal with. Let's get another Mercurial Shot on this side. Gelt needs to stay safe, and I think we just got to disengage from this. It's just not enough of a good trade for us. I'd much rather just secure this flank position and chill that way. But yeah, this is actually a little awkward because I lost so much cavalry on the flank. I was really hoping that my shenanigans with the Searing Doom would go a bit better, but unfortunately not. And all these stalkers are ultra annoying here. Though, at the very least, we didn't lose too many wagons. I think we only lost the one. So that's at least okay. How's this going? Bro, these Cold One Riders. What a menace! Yeah, he's cooking pretty hard. I'm gonna need to pull some real big shenanigans if we want to survive this. Thankfully, we have some guns now. Wagons are mostly escaped. Trading-wise, though, went down the drain a bit. It went down the drain a smidge. How my engineers doing? They're still alive. All right, come on, grenade launchers. This one's on you. It's definitely a little sketchy. I'm not gonna call it just yet, though. I think with my grenade launchers here, we have a lot of ways to potentially come back. These grenade launchers absolutely cook hard. It's not gonna be the easiest thing in the world, but I think this is doable. All right, couple Saurus warriors there. They're just dead. And then what's he gonna do, right? He's just gonna sit here and get shot for the next 50 years? That can't be good for his health, right? I'm just gonna get a Searing Doom. Dang it, he dodges it. Okay, that was slightly disrespectful of me. Now I am without a Searing Doom. Makes life a little sus. How are my grenade launchers doing? They're doing okay. Let's pull back. Thankfully, the grenade launchers, they do get a lot of deeps in. He just has a handful of cavalry over there, just trying their best. He's gonna catch these ones, though. That's not good. I'm gonna need to really just pick a flank and just hammer it as hard as humanly possible. He's making it sus. Going for the D-summon. Has more skink skirmishers, alright. At least my wagons are doing okay. I'm gonna see if I can bait out a misplay here. If I just kind of YOLO Gelton. Yeah, is he gonna fall for it? Is he gonna get Searing Doomed? No. God, he's such a good player. And I'm down another Searing Doom. That's not good. And he adds the spellcaster here finally. Gets a flame storm on my face. I think I shouldn't have taken that far fight so aggressively. I think that was a big misplay. Though, with a couple more Searing Dooms, I think we still have a chance. I still have grenade launchers here and the like. Just gotta get some good Searing Dooms. Man, the dodging though. Dodging goes super hard. Hey, these guys rampaged at least. So he's gonna go for the charge. I kind of have to capture this point. So we're just gonna stick to it. And then now we're gonna pull back. So hopefully those guys rout off. And then we can get a sick pull away here. And he loses all his cav and then victory is mine. That's the plan. That's the plan. First capture goes at the 1,000 ticket mark. That's not terrible. War wagons are definitely farming a lot of value. Honestly, if I just played this a bit smarter, I think we totally could have won. We did not play this super smart, sadly. And of course, he had some really sick plays too. And at the very least, we're gonna get a pretty decent charge here. I think I'm gonna need to keep hunkering down on this point. I can't afford to play the side just yet. But yeah, I definitely made some big misplays. Now, is he gonna stay in the fight? He's obviously waiting for another Searing Doom. Clever girl! Clever girl. Well, if he can't get a Searing Doom off, it's not bad for us. Those are just feral cold ones, but he does recapture the point. That's gonna be slightly painful. And I wish I had a slow or something. Oh crap, he caught my cav here. That's not good. Okay, we're gonna get Searing Doom over there. Okay, get that engineered charge. Keep running with the wagons. Finally land with the Searing Doom, but I don't think it's enough. I think we're gonna run out of time. I just lost way too much cav fighting this, trying to be fancy. When realistically, I should have just been fighting for 1 point. When's Hammer of the Witches time? I don't have time for it at this point. Ain't enough time, sadly. Also, the Chameleon Stalkers was a good play. Alright. Come on, get the point. If I can get this point and this one in a decent amount of time, we're okay. He's gonna try disengaging with some of his Cold One Knights. Come on, cap it. Bro, he's setting up for the Searing Doom so well. Should have gone for Malkoth. Ah, dang, and the Chameleon Skinks is too much. This was definitely just a misplay on my end, though. GG, well played. Dang, alright. So now we get to play the spicy matchup, Empire versus Norska. Let's take a look. Yeah, he didn't have a lot of cav, and he had a firecaster. Engineers did great. I just did not give my wagons their best life. Let's take a look. Yeah, that big fight on the left flank was way too much. Way too much. I'll play it smarter versus Norska. Same idea, and then we're good. I'll ban Carcass for the Norska fight. And then we're probably playing on Itza, I would imagine. Berserk. We bleed. That's pretty sick. Okay, so new Norscan units I have to worry about. So he's really good at dodging Searing Doom. Those Searing Doom dodges were on point, my goodness. Alright, we're playing Itza. Empire versus Norska. Here we go. I have an idea of what I gotta do here, though. Just gotta be a wee bit careful. And I think there's not that much he can send my way. Seeing we don't see him too often? Yeah. Berserk's very fun to play against. Good sport, too. Let's see. If we're playing versus Norska, he could have the worms. What else? Could go for Bearman stacking. The Dread Bearman Stackerino. In general, though, I feel Empire, like, Norska didn't really get that much outside of, like, maybe the Kurgan Horsemen. Outside of that, though, I think they are still basically the same versus Empire. They still have a mean rush. I gotta be super careful that we play 1 point at a time, otherwise he's gonna do the same thing to me. As soon as we get that settled, life should be pretty chill. You know what? This is not a terrible spell to have either. Very nice. Okay, I think we're pretty well decked out here. So it's gonna be Norska. It's gonna be Norska. Oh boy. The worms are definitely real scary. It's gonna skin wolf rush me. Some million skin wolves. I don't know. Okay, this should be pretty good though. And then one of these. Gotta make sure he doesn't just stall strat me, right? Can you take more than one worm? You can take 2. Just 2. Okay, in general, Norska has a hard time dealing with lots of heavy armor. So I think if I just really focus on that, I think it ain't too bad. And then one of these. Yeah, this should be good enough. This should be good enough. I think if I just play it well, we're fine. Thornlays, what's up? Your Berserk beats me though, that's rough. It means my Empire is not as well trained as it should be. I haven't played a lot of Empire recently. But yeah. Searing Doom is good only if they don't dodge. Yeah, he was so good at avoiding it all game though. Super annoying. Maybe I should have brought Plague of Rust to try and counter. At the end of the day though, that was totally winnable. So like I shouldn't think about changing my build if we could win with micro, because I don't want to get weaker versus other builds. But like the moment I just focused on my wagons to just shoot them up, things were pretty chill. His skirmishers weren't the best versus them either. And especially if I just got my Outrider grenades in the same place to just barrage them, like he's just dead. Is Elspeth with Buna a good alternative for Gelt? Elspeth with Buna is a nice pick. Definitely solid. Knights of the Burn. They're not bad. Usually though, you need a bit of support for Empire Cavalry to win. In a vacuum, they tend to lose most of the time to some of the better cav, but they're really good at beating up lesser cav. So you're not going to get overwhelmed anytime soon. And of course you have great magic. You got Malkots, you got Buna, you got Searing Doom. Empire Cavalry can win. But alright, it's basically the same build. This time I brought Elspeth though. So the idea is simple. This is the same idea. I'm just gonna kite him. Maybe we play for the high ground. I got Buna, I got Spirit Leech. And we'll see which space we can take. If he plays for the high ground, I might not want to do a full fight there. I might want to rotate here. And because the wagons have a hard time getting past these pillars, I want to not commit myself fully to this flank. He does have 15 units, which is a lot. But this amount of kite power is still very strong. So there they are, just a couple horsemen. He has a couple Norskan doggos, that's fine. So my Empire Knights, absolutely, they can kill these doggos. So that's not a big deal. Double Engineer can get on in here. There's a Marauder Horseman throwing axes. Not the best Buna target, but it might be the best that we got for now. She's gonna tussle. And okay. He's moving his infantry up to the high ground. So as soon as I secure this, I think we just go for here. And not take a fight versus infantry, because I think taking a fight near his infantry is potential for some real big losses if I'm not careful. So just gonna feign a bit of a play over there. We're gonna get our mega elite cav units in here. Engineers are poking really well, and there's the capture. So now we play for this point, and that's going to buy me a ton of time to just kite him forever. That's the plan. Get some cavalry. Kurgan horsemen do not like getting poked, but it hits his Marauder Bearman instead. Honestly, still great damage though. And if I just don't give him this point, I think life is pretty chill. We got our ultra elite cavalry here. And the caster's kind of nowhere to be seen, so we don't have to worry about that. Now, Ice Wolves, what are they planning? To take a fight here would be pretty ludicrous. I think that would be a bad idea. He's going to go for the wagons. I don't think that'll really do him too well, though. So let's just secure this cav advantage. We're just going to secure the cav advantage. And then once we are fully safe, then I can worry about getting in my other guys, my grenade launchers, to really seal the deal. But this early game, it's all about value. Those are just marauders and not a big deal at all. So we're just gonna farm them up a little bit. There you go. They're dead. Those are throwing axes. We're gonna Buna them. I do want to accelerate our trading a little bit. So there's a second capture, and his army's gonna slowly march towards me. We want to pull to safety. Buna's gonna hurt a lot. He has a metal caster, all right. But this is just all infantry at the end of the day. Oh crap, that's the wrong unit. Well, that's a misplay. Crap, I summoned a freaking cannon. Oh, that's a big misclick. That's a big misclick and a half. Now, it's not going to end us. Cannon is still nice, but grenade launchers would have been significantly better. But hey, I guess a leadership debuff ain't the worst. That's awkward, though. What is this? Kurgan horsemen, great weapons. We're going to bully them. Pretty good deeps. And then maybe I can route them off with these guys. Elspeth does have that terror bomb technology. Yeah, if we can just get these guys in over here, I think that should be enough to route them off. That'll be a nice pick for us. As, yeah, as soon as they're routing, life gets very difficult for them. Not the worst. I don't want to stay in this fight, though. We just want to route them to get them off my back. And then more cav. I have a lot of time to kite here. And I'm going to milk that as much as possible. So let's get another one of these. The cannon is being useless. Bro, the cannon summon, the accidental cannon summon is so rough. I don't know what the crap I'm supposed to do with this. He summons a unit of dogs. Or he rallies a couple dogs to bully it. Oh, that's so awkward. What I would do for some grenade launchers right now. At the very least, though, we're still getting a lot of damage in. A couple ice wolves should not be the biggest deal in the world. Though, time is kind of the essence. This is not the best situation ever. I am triple capped, too. Now we're gonna get a good amount of damage on this charge, at least. My Empire Knights kind of force their way through. There you go, not the worst. Okay. Gonna get a Doom and Darkness here on these guys, just to terror out them. And the wagons are still chilling. I do have a Mercurial Shot here, too. Where do I want to get it, though? Not entirely sure. At least I have a lot of time. I have so much time. There's mostly infantry here. I think now's the time for the grenade launchers. I don't have a lot of space for them, so I have to be super careful. But I think you get even a few volleys off, the damage could be devastating. Not to mention, I still have my Demogryph Knights, right? With their leadership debuff, anything is possible. Oh, he's using the riders here to buff leadership. That's crazy. Okay. It's getting a little sus. I think we're going to retreat back into this corner now. Gets another Plague of Rustarino. And now time is of the essence. I don't have a lot of time left. Bro, I swear if I lose because of that misclick... We might, though. We might. I just misclicked a cannon and it's doing nothing. It's doing nothing, man. Oh, that hurts. That hurts real bad. The absolutely mega useless cannon. Oh my god, it's doing so little. All right, here we go. So we got our knights in there. He's going for a big charge. Actually, just gonna keep pulling back with these knights. It's not the best fight for them. Oh, come on. Okay, we're getting some decent volleys off at least. This will be a good route if we can pull it off. And I do still have the Demi Knights, so they'll be able to crush it. Okay, not the worst. Big route. I still have a decent amount of time too. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, he's starting to have to pull some Barrowmen down. Okay. All right. We're getting some big routes. We're getting some real big routes here. I am out of mercurial shots though. And he's gonna make one big play here to try and force me back into my spawn zone so I can't capture anything. There's a Plague of Rust. Oh my gosh, I think he's gonna cook us. I think he's gonna cook us. Bro, that cannon. Bro, the cannon cooked us so hard. This map ain't the best for us either, by the way. But I think we totally could have won this. At this point, though, I'm kind of running out of time. I don't have much time to really get a lot more else done here. Unless I can get some really big routes or something. But it looks like he just has too many Kurgan horsemen. Yeah, we're being shoved into the corner real bad. Many of his units are barely sticking around. Horsemen are routed at least. Maybe we can get a solid volley over here. We're gonna go for one last big route, maybe. Do I have any terror? Do I have any Demi Knights chilling? It's gonna get a solid... Nah, that Serum Doom didn't get too much done. Okay, that's good. Come on, boys. Forces of the Empire hold. I have to resecure points now, though. We're running out of time. Oh my god, I can't believe I got screwed by a misclick, though. Dude, one grenade launcher could have gone so much freaking value against them. Oh my god. Oh, the lag. Yeah, I could have gone so much value. Oh, dang. Elk Kai Gamer, thank you so much for the 200 rating party. Unfortunately, you're showing up to us losing. Losing because of a misclick. Kurgan horsemen actually are pretty annoying too. I feel like maybe I should have Elspeth on a dragon just to help with the routes a bit more. But Norska's definitely ultra kite resistant nowadays. There's not much I can do at this point. Dang. On a very big map, I think we definitely have a much better shot. I have to be really careful about these close quarters map. He also didn't go for a Dreadmaw. Something very important to note. But yeah. Oh, he has so few units left, man. Bro. Bro, the cannon misclick. GG, well played. Oh, man. I think he was still in a pretty good position, even if I didn't summon the cannon. But that was... You really got to min-max that damage. if you want to win it. Kurgan Horsemen ended up being really annoying. My War Wagons couldn't really get that much value, even though they are quite expensive for how much HP they cost. Man, that's such a shame. That's such a shame. Is it ranked? This is a tournament. This is a Warhammer tournament. So we will get to cast some games after. Thank you so much for the raid. Here, I'll do a shout out. Shout out to @Elkai. Yeah, there we go. Does that link work here? Let me see if I can get the link on my YouTube chat too. There you go. If anyone wants to check them out. Hope you had a good stream. Dang, that's so rough though. Oh man, this can did so little. Cause like, look at this one grenade launcher. They got 1,000, and they weren't on the battlefield as long as the cannon. The damage could have been so high. Let's take a look. Yeah, Ice Wolves are pretty annoying. The Riders of the Mighty Serpent to give a leadership buff was real fancy. I like that. Let's see here. So what? He started with 3 doggos, the triple doggo. If I went for a normal Mantide build, would we have won? It'd be a tussle. This is a lot of dogs. And he had no worm, but I think going Mantide is just too risky, because it literally only takes 1 Dreadmaw to get screwed. Brutal. Brutal. Well, he's gonna go up and face his next opponent now. It will likely be Navigator then. Then again. Spec slot, please. Daniken's facing Scrambled Eggs Special. Can I raid his game? Dang. Dang, though. Oh my gosh. Berserk plays a strong anti-kite. For sure. Does every streamer dream of some mega famous channel raiding them? Usually, mega raids are not like... They don't actually grow your stream that much. You still have to, like, win them over. Like anything else. So, I wouldn't expect, you know, I don't think a mega raid is like... I don't think that's what really is what does it. Usually a video that pops off on YouTube is what does better for my streams. Yeah, no shame losing to Berserk. I do have to be quite careful though playing that Empire build against people who are ready for it. Besides the misclick cannon, would you have a chance with your build? You controlled the melee from the beginning. So you kind of want to hit a tipping point where your melee, like where they just run out of melee units. So there's the difference between like a close or like, you know, one-sided for Empire and one-sided for Norska. It flips really rapidly. It's not a slow transition. So I think that one probably still would have been pretty rough. Because he did have a lot of horsemen that I just wasn't able to fight. But I don't know. It's kind of a toss-up. It's kind of a toss-up. I don't think it was a free win, even if I got the grenade launchers. But there was a very high potential for them to do well. Because like that cannon was kind of a liability too. It was just kind of sitting around, not doing anything. So, yeah. Alright, so just waiting for spec slots and then we're good to go. Berserk might be able to face a Navigator soon, and then we can spectate that alternatively. But yeah, I think for Empire, let me see. I think you might want just a beefy lord instead. I don't think the extra engineer gets you that much more value. If you go for Boris though, you get some sick leadership bomb action. And Norska generally can't kill Boris. So if you do something like this, you get Boris, you get a wizard. This is much more standard play, I would say. And then you just spam Doom and Darkness. You can afford to take this guy on foot. You can even make him super cheap at 400 gold. And then this way you have Blood Roar, which is -8. And the Amethyst Wizard, even if they do leadership boost, it's going to be rough. And then yeah, that's your centerpiece. Then you have a little bit of Cav, and then you do the same thing. Just kind of kite them. And then go for like, you know, the grenade launchers. I think this is probably much safer. What's a cannon for in the end anyways? In cases like some sort of build-up style, you know, a really like hang back type of Norska build. But I think with the wagons, that doesn't work anyways. So you can probably just cut the cannon and still be fine. Yeah, you can probably just cut it. I think in general, the conclusion is on a good map, the Empire probably wins. On a bad map, I think Norska wins, or at least in terms of advantages. Elspeth breath attacks, yeah, they're really hype, but she's so expensive. I think Boris is better because of Blood Roar. Would a Hellstorm be better for melee blobs? It'd be too hard to defend, sadly. It's similar to the cannon. Only if he's hanging back super hard, then a Hellstorm starts working. Dang though, what a menace. What a menace. Can I swap this? You can kind of swap it like this if you want to get real fancy. This is risky though. Grenade launchers are great though. Their infantry clear is ludicrous. You gonna use those tips to beat up your little bro who's never played the game? That's a true Anticity viewer. Pub stomping the little brother. What's the biggest raid you ever got? 200 from a Kai gamer is pretty big. Though I think from getting a raid from Turn is probably the biggest one. Turn, or I don't know if I think Legend did raid me once. That was, yeah, Legend did raid me once. I got a lot of people there. It was on YouTube. He's 19. We're good. It's not bullying. Yes, 18 plus are unbelievable. Oh man, wish I could rematch him, but such is life. All right, so just waiting for the semifinals, then the grand finals, and then I get ready for tomorrow, the big day. Losing that though is rough. What a menace, man. What an absolute menace. This feels good though. This feels real strong. And Plague of Rust though to kill off my Empire Knights with the Frost Doggos. Dang. Doom and Darkness was really good though. It definitely routed him off. Best of luck tomorrow. Thank you. Hoping to catch it live. It's going to be at 1 hour earlier than I usually start my streams. So that's going to be 12 p.m. EST. Keep an eye out. Gotta make sure I'm well fed. I said earlier, but we won't be able to stream, sadly. Man, I'm just sad I don't get to play more games though. I wanted to play more matches today. Now I feel so ripped off. You had a 5-minute delay on the stream? Whoop. Dang. Alright. Scrambled egg and Danican. I think they probably loaded in. They haven't messaged back yet. Spec slot, please. Why does multiplayer use so few funds? I don't know. It's just the number that they've stuck with. But I think it's actually quite good. You can get a 20 stack pretty easily if you're chaff spamming. So if you do something like this, right? Look at how much money you have left over. It's crazy. Still have 1,900. So 20 stack is doable, which I think is like, this is about right. I feel like getting to a 20 stack with pure chaff is good, because then otherwise you're always going to be dealing with 20 stacks. It's the recession. All right. Any spec slots? None. What a ripoff. Dang, though. Oh, my poor empire. My poor empire. We do have the maps, by the way, for the grand finals. So the round of 8 is border low landing. This one is definitely a melee faction map. Then we have ambush. We have imperial ambush. This one is pretty good for kite. We have proving grounds. Oh wait, no, these are actually all pretty rough. They're not all. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. Then we have Itza. Oh my god, it's a melee fest. And then Celestial Lake. Oh my gosh. All right, yeah. So first round, we ain't kiting. It's melee for days, man. These are like all melee heavy maps. Okay, so yeah, I'll avoid those. Brutal. All right, nice. We have a spec slot. All right. So we should be joining soon. Should be good. Come on, then again. Please see my message. I don't know if he sees my message. Come on, man. Also, best of 3 single elim seems to go pretty fast by the looks of it. So what, we're 3 hours in and we're already almost at the finals? That's not too bad. I don't know how long Navigator's game is going to go on for, though. Navigator versus Joni. Hopefully we don't have to sit around and wait for too long. Alright, nice. We have it. Let's go. We're in. Alright. Let's see what the score is. There shouldn't be too much downtime though, Because after one of these guys makes it to the finals, we just cast the other series and then we're good. Unlimited fund. Would you still be hit by unit caps? Okay, so Daniken lost his first game. This is their second game. And it looks like Egg Special's going to be playing Vampire counts. Terrifying. Wait times are killing this this game's PvP scene. Weirdly enough, my viewership doesn't really drop during downtime. Though I agree that it would definitely be a lot more exciting if we didn't have to wait so long for games. Maybe I do the turn style where we just cast replays. That's so much more boring though. But it's true, army building takes a long time. With the game of StarCraft, you know, the building happens in the game. With this, not so much. Yeah, Scrambled Eggs Vampire counts should be interesting. I usually see him play Vampire Coast a lot more. Vampire counts kind of spicy. I'm open on another tab. Hey, if you're open, if I'm open on another tab, I think it still counts as a view. But yeah, I don't know how to make it any better. There were a couple experiments to try and reduce wait times, but we still haven't really figured out like a perfect solution. Far from it. Viewership isn't booming either compared to StarCraft 2 or Age of Empires. I think we have a lot more issues than wait times. I don't know if you realize, but this game doesn't have dedicated servers. I'm pretty sure if we had wait times reduced, Warhammer would not suddenly become as big as StarCraft 2. But let's not simplify the argument. I agree it could help, but that's a crazy comparison, man. That's a crazy comparison to make. I don't really see a world where Warhammer can be booming in terms of like the RTS scene. Just the competitiveness is, it's so far behind of where, you know, Age of Empires or StarCraft is at. It also doesn't have the history of like Age of Empires 2, let's say, or like the StarCraft 1 scene. But yeah, it's something that people investigate though. We're looking for ways to hopefully have as little downtime as possible for tournaments. Is Navigator and Berserk, have they started yet? No, dude. Okay, so there's a little bit of a problem where Alright, I'm letting the players know they are so far behind. It's been 3 hours and they completed one best of 3. I should have jumped on that earlier when I noticed that they were starting to lag behind. Okay, no, they did finish, okay. So what's it gonna be? Chaos first greenskins? Hell yeah. It should be fun. With how huge the Warriors Chaos roster is right now, is there anything that they don't have a natural counter for? Yeah, lots. I think they, well, they're better versus Kite nowadays. I think Warriors of Chaos, though. The biggest issue, I wouldn't say they counter everything, because counters you need to have specific stuff. Like, they don't have gunpowder units, right? So, But they're definitely not countered by a lot of stuff. They have a lot of solutions, but not as many threats. Their Chaos Knights, too, just aren't super strong. A lot of rosters are held back by just units that aren't super strong. Maybe if the game would just start you with 0 units and a bunch of gold to summon in units, and you have all the units unlocked. I think that would be an interesting way to help out the, you know, to help out the scene, but that would change the game mode so much if you have to, like, call in all your units. You're deploying mid-battle. People are pretty bad at that. So at the higher level, it's fine. At the lower level, it makes it even harder as a barrier to entry. It would be really nice to have a game mode, though, that is all in-game, and there's like a time-limited build thing, you know? Because everything is kind of hosted by, you know, the players and just like a lobby. You don't really get any of that. It's kind of sad. Theoretically, Skaven have a counter to everything. These theories are getting wild. Mechabellum with micro. Yo, Mechabellum looks so fun. I do want to dabble in it eventually, but not now, not now. All right, they building. They building. Here we go. Turin's solution is not bad when it comes to grand finals, the biggest tournaments. The way he does it is he has it. Oh, dang, that's a lot of axe bearmen. A lot of great weapon bearmen, but it's all bearmen. The way Turin does it is he will have a ton of, what's it? Yeah, you'll have the 2 semifinals and the players alternate between each other. So while they're doing the army building and such, you know, he's casting the other game, and that saves on time so much. Warhammer has a very uncompetitive ladder. It barely has a ladder. No matchmaking. It has a multiplayer mode. I don't know if you can even call it a ladder if there's no elo based matchmaking. But yeah, Warhammer is miles away. I don't think the game was ever intended to be a multiplayer game. But alright, let's take a look. So this is the Bearman squad. Danican, he's really pushing the limits of what man and bear can do combined. Into the horizon, all of them. Got a Manticore Lord. What do they have? They have Tormentor Sword, hell yeah. Plague of Rust, Searing Doom, very standard wombo combo. And then over here you have the Gobbo Tide. Greenskins going the opposite end. You have the strongest men versus the weakest greenskins. Supported, however, by River Trolls, Stone Trolls, and the Swamp Things. These guys are hype. They got a melee attack reduction aura, which is not bad. Now, will that save the Gobbos? Probably not. Their melee defense sucks. But for the Trolls, maybe. 50 melee defense, 40 melee defense. These guys are pretty hardy. And against Bearmen, who actually don't have a lot of melee attack, that could do a lot. I think Swamp Things are a cool tech here, as long as they don't get shot. Savage Orc, Great Shaman, they got Here We Go, Gaze of Mork, Some solid abilities. I'm interested to see how this goes. I would say I feel like the greenskins. They have some cool stuff, but I feel like their infantry's just gonna die. I don't see any world where the Bearmen suffer. So he's gonna need to do some pump wagon shenanigans. I think that's the only way he wins this. You like this build by Scrambled? Seen it work before? Really? The Gobbo Tide? That's pretty crazy. It is a lot of Gobbos. And it buys space for the trolls to get their regeneration. Horsemen are out though. 1, 2 Marauder Horsemen. So far, not a lot of skirmishing though. Not even using Gaze of Mork on the Great Shaman to poke these guys. I guess he figures it's not worth it. Wants to save the magic for something else, but this is letting Danican just get a triple cap. Which tells me that he feels like he either feels like he can't win this fight, or he feels like he's getting an advantage by waiting. Now, common question. If both players are just sitting back, don't they get an equal advantage? But the one with the capture points is winning because they have the points? A lot of the times, yes. But at the highest level, these players, they generally know what they're doing. So it could be a reinforcement thing. Scrambled Egg Special might have tuned his reinforcements to be really good as a complete army. Whereas Danican, they might have tuned their reinforcements to just counter stuff. You might just want to counter a bunch of different playstyles. There might be like a Hell Cannon or something. And if those don't end up doing a lot of work, well, it's a little awkward. Now, time pressure is pretty rough with the greenskins. When you're triple capped, you usually want to push at the 500 ticket mark. Unless you're capturing the points really quickly, which it looks like they might. But if you don't push out by the 500 ticket mark, you run the risk of losing out on the ticket race quite badly. So we'll see. Yeah, literally, they're gambling that they can assemble a stronger force. Yeah. So even though they're technically at a disadvantage because of the points don't matter if you just kill your opponent. But it's a bit of a gamble. If Danican fights this army evenly, he will win because of the tickets. Eggs is asleep. Yeah, definitely a long stall. So we're seeing a lot of trolls, which is interesting. This strategy usually doesn't give you a lot of reinforcements either, but because it's a triple cap, he has to attack way sooner. This isn't going to be full army versus full army. Just look at it. Danican still has 5 units to bring onto the battlefield. Scrambled Eggs still has 8 units to bring onto the battlefield. They're spending their money fairly well. Maybe not Danican, but he's saving it so he can position his units where they need to be. So, yeah, it's a little sus. 500 ticket mark is a go. So I would expect Egg Special to push out now. If he doesn't push out, he's running a really big risk. A lot of Empire builds and shooty builds, they have to give up space when they get pushed by so much melee. Chaos, much less so. Chaos can fight. Danican can technically fight along here, and if the fight takes 5 minutes, Egg Special loses. So now it's getting a little sketchy. He pushes out now at the 570 ticket mark. A little high, but not impossible. But the question is, will Danican be giving space? So this is a lot of capture weight. It's all trolls, only 1 archer. Danican has mostly Bearmen and such, and he has some elite rotting riders. Okay. So he has a little bit of elite stuff, but it's not crazy, right? In terms of capture weight, these guys are pretty scary. Now, goblins, they only have 2 capture weight. So if Danican wants to, he can continue to fight, but he pulls back. Egg Special pulls back. is Daniken. Daniken might be able to win just by fighting for the points. He might not even need to give up space. And the time loss, like the ticket game, might just go the way of Daniken. Daniken's probably one of the best ticket players in the game, by the way. He has a really good sense of how to hold points. And you can see he's stalling the goblin push too. So if he plays it out well, like Egg Special only has 4 minutes to take care of this. Kills 2 Rot Knights, 2 Rot Knights. That's not bad. But I'm a little worried. The guy has like 4 minutes. He has 4 minutes to capture the points. Daniken looks like he's taking his time though. Oh my gosh, look at that brilliant play from Daniken. So he's not even going on to the points right away because he doesn't want to be goaded into a bad position. So he's just leaving his units off until he needs to actually secure it. And then he pushes on. And this is going to let him take a fight completely off the point. Or completely, on the point. Instead of being pushed back and baited into a more favorable position for the greenskins. Uses Searing Doom on the Ruglets to reduce the damage. And if he holds, if Daniken just holds his front line for a little bit, it's over. Rot Knight's already routed off the River Trolls. Shock damage goes super hard against this. I don't know, man. I don't know. This doesn't feel like a great greenskin build. I think it would do much better against a ranged build, like we're talking Empire, Kislev, that kind of stuff. But against the Norskin Bearman stack, I don't know, man. I don't know. This seems positively terrible. Yeah, this game's already over. He has 2 minutes. Scrambled Egg Special has 2 minutes to secure all the points. He's not even close to getting one of them. Maybe this one, maybe point number 1's gonna slowly swing. There's a lot of Bearmen nearby though. What we got? On the flank side, we got some Stone Trolls. Daniken still has his Horsemen though. They can move around to secure points. Routes off a Troll, still has this one. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, we're looking at 2 minutes left. It's 2 minutes. There's no way. There's no way Egg Special can actually re-secure points now. These Rot Knights are just clobbering everything too. No, those are champions. Oh, the Rot Knights are over here. Oh my gosh. Yo, the rogue champions of Slaanesh. Very fast, good at reinforcing. And the Lord is forced to land. Gets a big charge here from the Savage Orc boys. But it's not going to be enough. I think Daniken's going to 1500-0 Egg Special here. Gets a little bit of a buff. The Here We Go is active, but the units are routing. Not a pretty situation at all. Rot Knights is still alive. Pleasure Guard are chilling. One last Hail Mary to get this point, but no way, man. Ain't no way. Yeah, greenskins aren't going to get a single point. Daniken, you can see he's not even contesting this. He summoned Chaos Knight Lances here because he knows this unit is going to take about, what's it? It's going to take like 25 seconds to capture this point. In 25 seconds, Daniken will have already won the game. So he's not even worrying about it. He doesn't care. He might as well just win the fight over here. Look at how slow that capture is. That's what I'm saying, man. It's that presence of mind to know the capture race. Scrambled Egg taps out. Very decisive win for Daniken. I think the greenskin build would have died anyways. He was down trading horrendously to the Bearman stack. And as you can see, they held a long time. Value, not bad. In fact, the Axe Bearman did pretty good. Pretty brutal. Yeah, that was just rough. That was just devastation across the board. Which means we go to the ace match now. How exciting. It definitely didn't cook this time. Yeah, what's it? The stall strat is something you don't whip out unless you really know what you're doing. It's a strategy where if you wait too long or attack too early, you might be screwed. Your army might also just suck anyways, and you're screwed no matter what you do. So, you know, there's reason to believe maybe Scrambled Egg Special saw Daniken's army. He was like, I'm not gonna beat that. The only thing I can do is to stall. And maybe larger armies fighting each other will have a higher likelihood that Daniken misplays. But that's it, right? Like, you know, it might have been a Hail Mary play. And going for a stall strat, if you're sure your army's gonna die, that's not a terrible shot to take. But yeah, Man Bear Pig. I'm surprised Torn hasn't mentioned Man Bear Pig more with all the bear men running around. He was trading evenly in the Wog buff. You gotta do a bit more than even. The horsemen were key. It prevented Egg from softening up positions with magic. I feel like he could have been a bit more aggressive with his magic, actually. Doesn't Gaze of Mork have like a very long range? Pretty sure it does. You've seen it mentioned a few times in chat. Turn is still on his trouser snake hype. That is his unit. He's the first one to say that it was good. So, you know, I would be exactly the same if I called it. This will be interesting though. What are we gonna see? Is it gonna be eggs on chaos? I mean, on counts? Counts versus chaos? I think it is. Also on Haunted Vale. Oh, this will be interesting. I think vampire counts are the matchup between vampire counts and chaos is quite similar. Previously, what you would see is that the vampire counts, they were pretty scary versus chaos with the Mortis engine, and the Mortis engine gets shot by horsemen. I don't think the new DLC units really change that. I think it's basically the same. The one big difference I can think of is perhaps chimeras change a lot. So maybe chaos can dominate the skies. And if that happens, vampire counts, they're gonna feel a little bit more uncomfortable. But that's about it. How are Skycutters doing in the meta? Not great. High Elves are not played very often at all. Anyone know if Tarn was one of the 7 that got to see Warhammer 40k early? No idea. Who said that though? I haven't seen anywhere in the news about that. Though I wouldn't be surprised if some people got to see it early. Chimera ROR is sick. It just heals endlessly. Basically. It does have a heal cap though. It's not endless. Zarkovich in a recent video? Dang. Yo, that's crazy. Himself, Indie Pride, dang. Imagine seeing it and they're just like super disappointed. Milk and cookies, dang. These are the OGs, man. The mega OGs. So that means it's gotta be coming kind of soon then, right? If content creators are already getting their hands on it. Gotta be. It's gotta be coming soon. Alright, scrambled read again. What's it gonna be? The ground snake has a bug where it causes the explosion without popping out of the ground, letting you just keep causing explosions as much as you want. You have to summon it from reinforcements. Just joined. What happened? I tried to kite Norska with Empire on Itza. And then I accidentally summoned a cannon instead of grenade launchers. Many things went wrong. Many things went wrong. It's a fun game though. Fun game. You'd be shocked if it was next year. Okay. If not next year, what if it's early 2027? Maybe. We cross our fingers real tight. It looks basically done, right? Come on. Ship it. The gameplay snippet was also pre-alpha in-game, which makes sense. It would have been the vertical slice completed about 6 months ago. Let the speculation begin. 2028? They would not announce it that early. You're gonna announce a game and then release it 3 years later? Ain't no way. Done in by the emotional support cannon. Absolutely, man. I think odds are, because of the map, I think we still would have lost that game, but it would have been very close. Bethesda. Okay, yeah, and they're not Bethesda though. Do you want it rushed out? Honestly, career-wise, it would probably be better for my career if it was rushed out. Which is the worst thing ever, and not what I would want them to do. But I'm not gonna lie. Depends though. If it absolutely flops and is garbage, it's not great either. Whenever they release it though, I'll be ready. Devs announce multiple years in advance all the time. But yeah, but they have in-game footage. They have in-game footage. That means it has to be basically done. You think on Itza you take artillery at the start or not at all? Yeah, that makes sense. All games should pull a Fallout 4 and launch a few months after announcement. Hell yeah. Did it work though? Yo, if it flops, honestly, if it flops, I get to move on with my life a little sooner. So it's not the end of the world. It would be sad, but the goal is to become more of a, you know, more multi-gaming channel. Not like multiple games at once, but I don't want to be beholden to the Warhammer. It's just taking a while with army building. Dude, people take forever for army building. I should probably take longer, I'm not gonna lie, but come on, I want to see a match. It is on some very strong hopium. Hey, what if this is my way of leaking information, all right? What if I know and it's gonna release? And then I can make a bet with chat, and then I'll be super right. But yeah, we'll see. At the very least, Dawn of War should be coming out soon. That's exciting. GTA 6 streams. Okay, yeah. Realistically, though, I think Dawn of War, high potential to be good. High potential to be just complete flub. The last Dawn of War game was pretty garbage, I heard. Siggy. That's crazy. Who takes Sigvald versus Undead? Okay, so we have a bunch of grave guards, some crypt horrors. Sure, sure. 2-minute army creation timer. It's a low stakes tournament. I think it's fine. This tournament will go on about as long as a usual Swiss tournament too, so that's pretty nice. But all right, so this is something I was actually really wondering about. Do the Bearmen, do they actually do good versus undead because they have ITP, or do they do badly because they don't have DPS? Dawn of War 2 is good. Dawn of War 3 doesn't exist. But yeah, what we got? Horrors. We got some Corpse Cardarinos. He's not flying. The Rogue Foot Strigoi. Love that tech. Spirit Leech. Invocation of Nak. Mana Battery. He's just there to sit back and hurt himself in the trees. All right. Interesting. So, it's interesting that we have an Ultra Snipe build. So Sigvald is actually not a bad idea here. This is a Tzeentch caster, by the way. Crazy tech from the Danican. Skull of Catan. Final Transmutation. Ah, dang it. Scrambled eggs. Are you doing the same thing again? Okay, no, he's advancing. As vampire counts, you have to go for one of the points. If you get triple capped, you're not going to get those points back, man. Second mana battery shows up. He looks at this army. He's like, yeah, I want more magic. Now, I don't know what infinite spirit leeches is going to do here. I think this is actually kind of sus build-wise. My money's on Danican. Though the Graveguard will be hard to deal with. I think Graveguard might even trade up into Barrowman. These are not the great weapon variants. What's he going to do with the magic, though? He could try to Spirit Leech Sigvald to death. He's a slow march, though. He's playing pretty wide, so his corpse cards are not going to get the best of heals. Crypt Horrors are good at least, though. Danican misses a cap. Slight misplay. But he should still be in a fairly good position. And this is just the slowest march from Undead I've ever seen. Come on, eggs. You gotta fight. You gotta fight, man. I think he's trying to goad him into making a misplay again. Trying to take the defensive stance. But Danican's good. He's not just gonna walk forwards. That Chaos Sorcerer is gonna melt this army. He's definitely a big issue. He's got the shields. He has lots of HP. And Final Transmutation is just gonna eat these guys alive. He's actually quite scary. If a couple zombies die around him, he's gonna get more spell amplification, more power recharge. Pretty scary. But alright, Egg Special. Pulls himself up by the bootstraps. Gets some liquid courage. And then it wears off and he pulls back. Alright. So, this is the advantage that he's getting. He gets to use his necromancer abilities, right? He's gonna have an insane amount of magic. What worries me is that his magic sucks. Not in general, but against this army, like, what's he gonna do? Spirit Leech has a pretty decent cooldown. Are you just gonna spam the heck on your infantry? That's not that crazy. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm really not digging this this play from Scrambled Eggs. Maybe he knows better than me, but the last game also went really badly. He's not summoning in a Mortis engine either, which I feel like is his one out. He's posturing. There's a lot of posturing. But like, Danican's just not taking the bait. Danican's like, I'm not fighting on your half of the map. And Egg Special's like, I'm not fighting on your half of the map. Danican's like, yeah, but I have the points captured. Okay, here we go. Got a bit of a play. Some capture weight here. Quite a bit. So Danican's gonna need a few more infantry. And he's warded off Egg Special. That's a sign of superiority. Gets the point capped. So what are you doing now? He sends one zombie towards the Marauders. They die to Marauders. Not a lot of money being saved up. He goes for the Grave Guard. Okay. It's going to take them a minute to show up here. It's going to be 600 tickets. If Danican plays for the points, which he absolutely will, his capture weight is through the roof. I think Egg Special is super screwed. Seeing a little bit of maneuvering here. So will he give up this point? If he doesn't, that's the ultimate power play. That he feels confident. Looks like he wants to stall it out. Gets in the weird spawn. Is he going to get the horseman on it? Doesn't get it. Doesn't get the point. Pulls back from the middle. Danican blinks first. And that actually does give Egg Special a proper position now. With a double cap, he is now safe from losing on tickets. Now, if this gets recaptured, that's really bad. Danican's going for a full remaneuver over here, using the mobility to his advantage. And he's going to easily retake this. These guys are just too slow to help out. And that's a lot of damage on the horrors. That's actually a lot of damage on the horrors. Look at that, no armor. Taking full damage, full 170 from these from the chaos spawn, my bad. Pretty cool attack, I like that. Gets the heal, so he's using some of his magic. The thing is, he probably has like 100 wins of magic right now. I don't think he's spent a lot of it. So Danican secures the point, vampire counts pull out, and now Danican's looking for blood. Maybe he wants to capture another point, loses one. Has horsemen though. But he might want them for the fight. The question is, who actually wins this melee fight? There's a lot of Grave Guard. If they trade up into Barrowmen, that's not bad. We have some horrors moving on in. He's making use of his corpse carts. Grave Guard get charged by Barrowmen. Slap fest ensues. Danican, though, he's looking for value. So he just wants to trade. Hammer in those crypt horrors to try and get them to crumble. Massive final transmutation on the Lord. That's pretty chunky. Did he use the skull? He did. Use the skull of Catan. Destroys the necromancers. That's going to reduce how much value can be gotten off of these summons. Lord goes down to half HP. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So far, value is in Danican's favor, not accounting for healing. Capture weight is still good, though. And if Danican can hold on to one capture point and make it where he can put some point pressure on Egg Special, that would be real nice. But he's going to need more than one. He'll eventually have to capture a second point. He has a lot of time for it, though. Over here, Chaos Sorcerer is still chilling. Gotta remember, this is also a plus 10 leadership aura. Really helpful for these guys, as they're just not routing. The Marauders looking like Barrowmen nowadays. And now we even have some Swords of Chaos. So they're charging into these Karen Wraiths. They only have fire damage, no magic attack. And that right click actually activated their apocalyptic charge. And they're not gonna get them. A little unfortunate for the Chaos Knights. Going for the Grave Guard instead. Apocalyptic charge! Weaker than a Kislev charge. That was the smallest apocalypse I've ever seen. Massive final transmutation on everything here, by the way. That's upgraded. Oh my god. Whoa. That's some big value. Spirit Leech is finally dropping, but this guy already has 2,200 value. That is some juicy value on this guy. This is the big downside of not having like a Dragon Lord or something to cycle charge him. Instead going for the Foot Strigoi, making life a lot more sketchy. Sigvald is just chilling here too. Does he have any debuffs? He's just there to not die. That's Sigvald's entire purpose. But yeah, this guy even has magic attack, so he's killing the Karen Wraiths. Pretty crazy. I'm pretty sure he hasn't used his magic yet. I'm quite certain that Egg Special has a ludicrous amount of magic. Maybe he's gonna spam more Invocations of Nahek somewhere. We'll have to see. This Lord, he does have regen, so he's probably not gonna die anytime soon. Drops another Spirit Leech. Gonna need another 9 of those before this guy dies. So I think this Sorcerer is sitting pretty comfortable. A little Spirit Leech, not a problem. And this point is still being held. Now, here's the thing. If vampire counts can stall long enough and sit on a double cap for the rest of the game, they win. So all they really have to do is trade a bit. Aspiring champions do die to the Graveguard. So that's actually pretty nifty. But you see this capture weight here? A little bit more capture weight and Danican actually manages to win this point. This one is being secured, but only barely. So maybe we see a bit of a points race. If there's one thing Vampire Counts is good at, it's stalling. Forsaken can speed up the trading a bit. Danican, he wants the trading to go faster. Grim Titan, thank you very much for the sub. Or no, Meaty Dangler subbed. And then Grim Titan, thank you both. Another final transmutation though is brutal. That's another upgraded transmutation. He gets the invocation of Nahek on the blob to counter it. But that's still absolutely devastating. Loses a Crypt Horror from that. This guy's still at half HP. He doesn't care. And even Sigvald's chasing off the Strigoi. That's crazy. But the triple cap is on. So now time pressure is here. Now Vampire Counts fought pretty late. So Danican is actually still ahead in terms of tickets. But if it takes him too long to win these points, it's pretty bad. This far point has a zombie and a crypt ghoul over here. That's kind of sus. Still doesn't have capture weight here, surprisingly enough. It looks like he should, but I guess this one crypt ghoul is a bit too much. But here's the thing. He's been babysitting his horsemen the entire game. This is a mobile 12 capture weight he can put anywhere. That's 9 seconds to capture a point. Basically immediate. So if he moves them onto the point, he could very easily get it secured. He's still focusing on trading though, and that's kind of his playstyle. Danican will trade until the very last second, and then move on to the points when he feels like he has to. But first and foremost, the guy likes to trade. Dire Pact. If they get charged by the Hellstriders, it's not pretty. Ooh, it's not pretty. Big damage from the Hellstrider charge. Those dogs are not too happy. But just take a look. It's still a triple cap. Scrambled Eggs is starting to get a lead. Bearmen are not super high DPS, you gotta remember. Healing's pretty brutal. And the Graveguard have been especially problematic. I think all the Graveguard have been cooking today. Lots of value. Danican's gonna need to capture one of these points, otherwise he will be the one under time pressure. His horsemen have not moved on yet, and he's actually chosen to de-summon one of them. Instead of going for the point, gets the de-summon. De-summons a Sword of Chaos. But is he gonna lose on time pressure? He's still not moving on. Danican, stop freaking me out, man. You're making me worried. Over here, Crypt Horrors are nearly heal capped. And no, he doesn't go for it. Now comes the Wall of Flesh. Zombies, Graveguard, more zombies. Coming to stall. Final transmutation drops. Gonna get some good damage. But is this gonna be an army wipe situation? Well, let's see. Crypt Ghouls over here are crumbling. That's a lot of damage. Horrors are really low. It's close. Certainly very close. And these zombies will be arriving late. This is enough capture weight just from the Marauder Bearmen here. But it's gonna take like 20 seconds. I'm really surprised he hasn't moved these horsemen on. Now it is getting late for Danican. So maybe that's causing the misplace. I feel like he could have taken this point ages ago though. And now the zombies are here. The dogs have arrived. Will they get on the point though? Looks like not quite. Some aspiring champions. He's still fighting for multiple points though. If he loses, it's over. It's over. I think the Bearmen just didn't cook. They're good, but they're not DPS units. And against vampire counts, I think you kind of need it. Still a very slow capture. The ghouls are stalling, and here come the zombies and the Graveguard. And as soon as they get on the point, it gets locked down. And now Danican is on insane-o time pressure. Strigoi Ghoul King survives the final transmutation onslaught. I think it's just not enough. Danican got a really nice early lead, but he actually didn't play the point super well this game. He also started to down trade towards the end of it. He took a bit of a fight here that he didn't really need to. He got some sick final transmutations. 4K value is crazy. almost as much as the mask, but it's not going to be enough. What an upset. Scrambled Eggs is a terrifying player, though. Definitely no opponent to scoff at. Though, generally speaking, we put Danican above Scrambled Eggs. Just because he's been really on point as of late. But we haven't seen him play a lot of Chaos. This is probably just a matchup he's not as familiar with. And he loses. The Vampire accounts win by stall strats. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let's take a look at those Bearmen. Pretty good value overall. Marauders, pretty good value. But the Grave Guard. Oh boy, the Grave Guard. Oh! 1600 was probably a resummon, but still, these Grave Guard cooked, man. They're so good versus infantry. No armor piercing in sight. This was a Grave Guard dream situation. Not even healing corpse cards, just normal corpse cards. Dang. Dang. Pretty crazy. That means Scrambled Eggs will be advancing. Into the finals. Against the winner of Navigator and Berserk. Weird Spawn were pretty cool. I think they were a fun tech. Swords of Chaos sucked, though. I think Danican was having a bit of fun experimenting with Swords of Chaos. I'd be very surprised if he thinks this unit is actually really good. I don't know. I've never been impressed by them. And he did activate their charge a little early, which is also another bad sign. What else we got? Horseman did okay, but yeah. I think he needed just way more Forsaken. Something to clear armor, maybe. Toughy. Well, there you go. Now we wait for the finals. Here we go. Yeah, Graveguard are pretty tough. They're a good armor check unit. Though I feel like Crypt Horrors also would have been equally hard. The Sigvald too. Excuse me. Sigvald is also a weird pick. That was just a very low DPS build. I'm surprised he didn't have like Pleasure Guard or something, you know? Pleasure Guard would have been super annoying. But yeah, we're just waiting on Berserk, and then as soon as they're done, we get into the finals. And life is chill. You think Bearmen need a hit to their HP pool? They're on par with Plague Bearers and Zombies, which is bonkers. The unit is about as good as Dryads. I don't think they need to be nerfed that much. Like, I would say plus 25 gold for Bearmen, plus 25 gold for Dryads would put them in a fine enough position. But I think their HP pool makes them really unique. I would be really sad if their HP pool got nerfed. It is pretty crazy, though, that Bearmen have more HP than, like, Chosen. But, you know, I would love Elite Infantry to have more HP. You locked in for the tournament tomorrow? I think my Norscan Chaos is good. I'm definitely not on my, like, mega A game. I've been in a better position before, but... yeah. Okay, nice. There's the code. Okay, nice. So they do have one more game. Very nice. And we're in. This should be ace match. Navigator versus Berserk. High Elves against the Norskins. Who will come out on top? Nope. Beastmen versus Demons. Demons of Chaos, you mad lad. But yeah, I really want to focus on other stuff right now. I can't really be on my A game for tournaments much anymore, sadly. We got the YouTubes to focus on first and foremost. It's 1-0. Ugh. Alright. We'll give them a 10-minute build phase. This is a low stakes tournament. We just want to make sure that scrambled eggs isn't waiting 50 years. Anymore, like forever, that sucks. I really do like being ultra competitive, but like it's just not well, it is where I want to be. It's just there's too many things, man. There's too many things, sadly. And YouTube is just it's a smarter choice. I think it's the more fulfilling choice too. You think Bearmen are bait? Dang, hot take. People take them too much when Marauders would do the same job. Against Undead, though, the ITP. If you're gonna have the plus leadership shrine, though, I can see it. Or like Archaon with his ITP. Which, by the way, if he bought Archaon there, he would have gotten Spirit Leech to death. That's pretty cool. But yeah, it looks like it's gonna be Beastmen versus Demons of Chaos. Crazy. Crazy idea. Alright. I really wonder how this is gonna go. Demons of Chaos. I haven't seen Demons of Chaos in ages. So obviously we're gonna see Pleasure Seekers. Beastmen might not have a lot of answers to Pleasure Seekers, and if microed correctly, could be a massacre. Yeah. It's a thing. As you get older, you have less and less time to play video games. Though for me, my job is playing video games, so that kind of it's different on that front. But the idea holds true. Can't ultra try hard. Ugh. Alright, so give them a 10-minute build time, by the way. So they have 8 more minutes to finish the builds, just to make sure things go by smoothly. Demons have Pleasure Seekers? They do. It's pretty nasty. Navigator's ready. Oh boy. Here we go. What are we gonna see? I really want to see how he plays Demons of Chaos. Are we gonna see a bunch of Bloodletters? Is it gonna be a mobile build? Maybe SE spam? ROR spam? I don't know. There are some crazy things. There are a few crazy things that can be run here. Let's see. Do they win against Beastmen mobility, though? Centaurs got nerfed pretty hard, so they're not as common as they used to be. Could start playing games like legit competitive tournaments for serious money at like 12 now. Yeah. The youth. Though, you know, it was only a little older back in the day. It's cool that it exists, at least. Double Jabber Scythe. Here's the thing, though, right? The transition as you get older is you just stream the game at a fairly high level, alright? I want to be the Grubby of Warhammer. If not already. You know, I want to be really good. I can get some solid memes. And out of the top players, at least out of like the really good players, you know, we got the biggest stream. The biggest content. But that'll take some time. As it stands, I've been busy car shopping still, so I haven't had a lot of time to make more videos. Interesting. Okay, so we're starting with Pleasure Seekers. I assume he has Buna. You always take Buna versus Demons of Chaos. You'd be crazy not to. And it's going to be a Flamethrower Pleasure Seeker kite. Micro-wise, Berserk has a lot of stuff to work with here. Grubby Warhammer Edition, yeah. But yeah, this is a weird one. Ungor Raiders are probably not going to be good enough. Let's take a look at the range. So, fan favorite. The Flamers of Tzeentch. Look at these guys. Ooh, man, that's bright. They got a range of 90 pennies compared to the 115 of Ungor Raiders. Insano range. Herald of Tzeentch. Common pick for the Demons of Chaos. Treason of Tzeentch for the leadership bombs. I like that. So you can normal cast Treason of Tzeentch minus 16. It costs 8 Winds of Magic. If you look at the Lore of Death, for 10 Winds of Magic, similar to leadership bomb, 36 minus 36 second duration. This one is a 20-second duration, which honestly doesn't matter that much. So this guy's pretty happy. A little bit of lag, unfortunately, but I think we're still going. Got some Pleasure Seekers. Chilling in the trees. They're really good because of feasting on fear. Anyone that routes near them is going to be healing them up, making them even scarier. Are they demonic? Yeah, those are demons. Those are demons. Let's see here. We have a Blood Shriek Chimera. Very nice. Especially against Slanesh, they don't have the best anti-air. And a Doom Bolt. Nice. Let's see how laggy this game is. Non-zero chance it ends up being very laggy, but it looks like it's barely sticking with it. Barely. It's holding on. Holding on by a thread. What happened to your workout routine during stream? Oh yeah, I think I disabled them and forgot to re-enable them. I'll see if I can get it in by next time. There we go though. It's not too bad. The lag has subsided. And the real question is, will this caster, Brave Shaman of Death, oh, he doesn't have Buna. Oh, jeez, it's over. It's over. He doesn't have Buna versus Pleasure Seekers. Well, Ripperoni Navigator. I think Pleasure Seekers will absolutely annihilate everything. I don't see a world where they don't kill everything here. Oh, Battlesea, what's up? Yo, you're back. Have you been streaming a lot recently? We're here casting what might be the last semifinals.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
And then after this, we go into the finals. Yo, what's up, Battlesea? Here, have a shout out. Battlesea. Dang. For anyone that knows of Battlesea, looks like he's streaming again. New content got him. We're gonna see a pink fire here probably on the archers. Pink fire to clear them up so that the flamethrowers can cook his standard strat. There go the Zongors getting absolutely murdered by these guys. There's the pink fire. This is painful. I think Beastmen are already dead. I think it's over, man. Yo, you interested in any multiplayer? Thank you for the shout out. How's things? Pretty good. We've just been chilling, enjoying the new DLC. Oh my god, the Pleasure Seekers. Zongors cost 650. Pleasure Seekers just deleted them for nothing. No HP off of them. They might have even chevroned just by killing them. Now they're going for the Ungors. Oh boy, yeah, this is super over. There's another route. Tries to get a breath attack. They're too fast. Lands with one Chimera. Oh, there they are. Shrieking Sky Rays, anti-large tool. They probably still don't beat the Blood Shriek though, just because its stats are insane. But if this guy gets surrounded by Pleasure Seekers, it's over. Will he target them? No, runs away. They're too washed for multiplayer. Honestly, I feel kind of washed too, but I think mine is a lot less founded. If I'm not number one, I feel washed. Decky, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Good battle though. Definitely a good showcase of what Pleasure Seekers can do if you're not ready. Flamers though, much less exciting. They've been more or less uncontested and they've yet to actually get their value. A little sad to see. But what are these guys planning to do? Looks like they just want to play the avoidance game. These Chimeras are 81 speed. These guys are 95 while tired. And they're distracting 2 Chimeras. So that's paying for themselves. You know, this is basically a 1-to-1 trade. And in the meantime, over here, these ones are doing great. 111 kills already. They've paid for themselves half of the way there. And if they get one charge on these Centigores, it's completely and utterly over. Will they, though? A little bit of a lapse in micro. Doesn't get the cleanest counter charge. Okay, there we go, though. Only a couple seconds late. And they're pulling away. Will they escape? The answer is no. Pleasure Seekers are just a little too fast. Caught by the Shrieking Sky Rays, too. Really nice play. Burning the Ungor Raiders. Not even doing that much damage, but it looks cool. Oh, there we go. This is Screaming Ray attack on the Raiders. That finishes them off. And these Pleasure Seekers are still chilling. Now he gets the okay, he gets the Doom and Darkness. Now, Doom and Darkness is a great spell for routing units, but Pleasure Seekers have a base 70 leadership, so they're not going to route anytime soon. Though maybe with the Centigore charge, they don't like taking damage. Let's see. Will the Doom and Darkness actually hit? That would be a nice play, but only if it actually hits. Pleasure Seekers are still chilling. Units are routing near them, so there's the healing. And indeed, the Centigores do route off. Absolutely brutal. Man, Navigator. Really regretting not having Buna, man. One Buna would do so much damage. It would finish off this Pleasure Seeker alone. Flamers, by the way. Still garbage. Like, it's cool to see, but these Flamers are garbage. Was that friendly fire? I think he just friendly fired his Zongors. Well, that's bad. A little bit of a misplay over there. Gets a Spirit Leech. Emergency Spirit Leech on the Pleasure Seekers. Will actually get the kill, though. And that is perhaps a situation where the Beastmen can turn the tide. They crumble away. He catches the useless Flamers. Not impossible for the Beastmen to win. They have a really strong single entity core in the Chimeras, and they haven't been killed by the Pleasure Seekers yet. He has a Doom Bowl over here. Doesn't want to get surrounded though. Goes for a full disengage instead of fighting. Safe play. Very safe play taken. Chimeras will cook too. Catches a unit of the Sour Guts. Now these guys explode when they die. Will it actually do a significant amount of damage to the Cav though? I don't know. Let's take a look. This one's at basically full HP. That's another Spirit Leech. Okay, not too bad. And the Sour Guts, their explosions are not doing that much. So overall, non-zero chance Beastmen win this. Pink Fire also kind of whiffs. Beastmen are kind of scrapping it back, making some really nice big plays here. Ooh, big blue fire volley though. Hits the Centigores, you don't want that. This unit has so much potential, but they eat a Shriek, they eat a Fury charge. Furies of Corn too. They got Frenzy, so that's a lot of damage on them. If they route off, that's a huge play for Berserk, but they're going to be sticking with it. Centaurs have perfect vigor. It's what makes them one of the best cav units in the entire game. And they will be holding. However, center line is a little broken. Beastmen are triple capped. I mean, yes, Beastmen are triple capped. And with single entities alone, a victory cannot be had. You need to get a little bit more, right? These guys are not going to have capture weight. The DPS is pretty low. One last Spirit Leech on the Pleasure Seekers. So much magic when Buna would have done so much more. But hey, at least they're finally dead. Beastmen can breathe for a second. And the Demons of Chaos, they don't feel like they have enough time to summon more Pleasure Seekers. Going for the Flesh Hounds instead, that's a sign that this is still a bit of a tussle. All right, that's worry right there, because I think Pleasure Seekers would be much more appreciated. Furies getting Doom and Darkness too. They're not crumbling though. Here's the problem. Look at the Furies. Units routing nearby, plus 13 leadership. As long as they see someone running, they're going to be sticking around. Surrounding the Sorcerer too. And suddenly, we're looking at not a lot of Beastmen. They made it kind of close, but it's just their single entities now. Like the Doom Bowl is fine. Given an infinite amount of time, yes, Beastmen would be able to clear a lot here. In fact, given an infinite amount of time and no summons, I think Beastmen actually win this fight eventually. But we're looking at about a little over 3 minutes worth of triple cap. 3 minutes before they are done for. That means they'll have to capture one of these points in 2 minutes, and it's not looking close in the slightest. Doombolt 2 on the Chimera. Goodbye, Chimera. Can he dodge it though? He's getting stopped by the Sky Rays. Hit in the face. Takes out one more Sky Ray, but that Chimera goes down. Sky Ray's actually getting quite a bit of value. 1600, insane. But look at that, another Doom and Darkness. Starts crumbling the Nurglings. That makes Doom and Darkness basically a damage spell for good old demons. But that's just one unit of Nurglings. Can he catch the Sky Rays? Some wavering Centaurs. Looks like maybe no. Oh my gosh, and we're looking at 2 minutes and a half. Decium, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. I think Beastmen are done for. I don't think there's a way they can pull it through. Yep. That's the power of play. Demons of Chaos feeling comfortable enough now to save up 1,800 gold for the super elite Pleasure Seekers. Just to bring the hammer down. This is the unit that ends games. Because without a counter, they delete everything. They're an anti-everything unit. When you're ahead, they don't take damage. If he surrounds the Chimera or the Doom Bowl with them, they insta-die. Is he gonna do it though? He's thinking about it. A little bit of maneuvering. Goes in for the charge. No attack command just yet. Maybe he does have an attack command? I don't see it. Lots of damage regardless. Hits the Centaurs. Treason of Tzeentch. Dropped finally. Saying you think you got Doom and Darkness? I got Treason, son. Oh, but the breath attack actually hit super hard. Half HP gone with the Centaur charge. Maybe a misplay? Oh my god, maybe a misplay. That actually was such a crazy breath attack. Pleasure Seekers are on the run. Beastmen are going to capture the first point. If the Demons of Chaos do not contest these points, Beastmen technically have enough time to win it, but it's going to be close. Pleasure Seekers managed to draw some Centaurs away from the point too to stop the cap. Stop the cap! Furies are in, but they don't have capture weight. And point number 1 is actually going to be getting secured. Crazy, crazy swing play. The hammer is broken. The Pleasure Seekers are at 1/3 HP. And the second point is now starting to be taken. This Blood Shriek Chimera has ludicrous value, 2,200. But can he actually get this point? If he gets this point, he only has 2 minutes to get this. Time pressure is still extremely hot right now. We could see some Flesh Hounds here. It's not going to be pretty. Doesn't have capture weight here either. The mad dash to the point is happening though. Doombull trying his best. Gets the dogs. Pushes the pleasure seekers away with the Centaurs. Okay. But is it actually ticking fast? It's pretty slow. I don't know if this is actually fast enough. This one bloodletter is actually going to hold quite well. But with one more cap summon, it does get taken. Barely though. Barely. Summons in a Nurgling to get this point. Doesn't realize the Spray Shaman could actually contest that. Point gets captured though. He has 1 minute. He has 1 minute for the last point. I personally don't think it's possible. There's a whole Nurgling here. But technically, if all the Demons of Chaos disappeared right now, Beastmen would actually be able to get here. Summons a unit of infantry. They will get here about the time that the game ends. So I don't know if that's actually going to work. But I think he doesn't have a lot of Centaur summons left. But he's going to go for it. The dogs are in. The Chimera's doing its best. The dogs leash back into the bloodletters though. Oh my gosh. Stalling their push. Getting charged at by the Herald. But they get on the point. Is the leadership going to hold? No, the dogs are out. And the Zongors show up. But one unit of infantry takes 20 seconds to capture a point. I think the Beastmen, even with their crazy comeback plays, are just barely not going to have enough here. Man, if you had Buna. I think if Beastmen had Buna, they win this. But no, it's going to be going to the ace match instead. Crazy. Crazy situation. Woo. Oh boy. All right. Well, that was sweaty. Pleasure Seekers. One of them didn't do that well, actually. I think the Chimeras were actually the hard carry. 2,500. This one only 900 though. Centaur spam looking pretty good. Doombull not bad. But just a little inefficient on some fronts. So look at that. The Ungor Raiders, this one got 0 value. They did nothing, man. And they cost 425 gold. So expensive. This one got 2 gold value. Pinkfire is just too brutal versus these guys. But you kind of have to take them, otherwise you die to like Changebringers, you know? Flamers did suck though. Flamers were pretty bad. So there was a bit of sketchiness on both sides. But the Shrieking Sky Rays, just the ultimate Ungor bullying. That's going to be GG. Now we move on to the next one. Yeah, the Chimera was cooking the whole game. Did not die. But what will the last matchup be? What'll the final one be? We will see. So yo, I am getting tired. Oh boy. I'll see if I can stick around for the finals, but this side of the bracket was so slow. It was super slow. Oh no, was that it? Did Berserk win it? Oh, okay, so we're going straight to finals then. I hope we just go straight to finals. And then I can call it a day. I can sit back and relax. Haven't seen a base Flamers in a while. Yeah, Changebringers are so much better. I wish Flamers were better, but they just don't really target ground properly. It's a little sad. Berserk. What a menace. Danican's out today too. So it should be Berserk versus Egg Special. Wowza. Oh boy, come on though. Let it end. Let it end. Cultist of Corn, thank you so much for the raid. Okay, what we're looking at. Hello. Hello, everybody. I think we're gearing up for the finals right now. I believe we are gearing up for the finals. Is Berserk gonna whip out them demons of chaos? Maybe. You're the bracket for oh nice, yeah it is. The bracket for tomorrow. It's me versus Chosen. You know who I have to face again after that? Charix again. I have to face Charix. Although honestly, if Charix is the only scary person compared to the other side of the bracket is Danican, Ulrich Rahl, Boss Toss, and Berserk. It's like all big names. On my side, it's me, Chosen, Charix, and Ari Man. Chosen and Ari Man, they're still very good players, but they're not like the big dogs, you know? They're not like big tournament winners. So that gives me a little bit of hope. How's it gonna play out? We'll see. Easy win versus Charix with the new Slanesh build. Do I just ban his Petunia though? I want to ban his Skaven. That would be silly. That would be a silly maneuver. Although, I don't know, maybe Skaven versus Chaos is actually scary, but I think generally speaking, a Skaven's not like they're not a pile driver faction. It's sketchy though. It's certainly sketchy. What else do we got? So we got Charix. He has this lizard men. Maybe he'll whip out High Elves. I don't think High Elves are worth banning though, especially with the factions I'm playing. I could ban his Wood Elves. Though I feel like my Chaos versus Wood Elves is not bad. Dread Maws are really good versus Skaven. Oh yeah, that's true. Dude, Dread Maws versus Skaven is... that has to be so annoying. You never feel comfortable versus Skaven no matter how much you beat them? It's because they're like an uncommon threat. In theory, you're advantaged, but you're just not used to fighting them because like nobody plays the faction. Alright, but what are we looking at? There's no way it's going to be Bretonnia versus Demons of Chaos. Impossible. I think they're still doing picks and bans. Should be a fun one though. Berserk is... they're on their training arc for the big tournament. I just have to beat Charix. It's a best of 5. It should be manageable. He does bleed. Alright? We can take wins off of him. I just have to be a little careful. Is it pick and ban tomorrow? So similar format to today. There is one global ban for each player. So that's gonna change a few things. I might just ban Wood Elves. Because my Wood Elves are really weak versus all of his stuff. Though his Betonia is so good, I might just want to get rid of that. I haven't really tested my Chaos factions versus Betonia. And that's also a faction that I don't really intend on playing. Oceanids actually make the Chaos matchup pretty awkward. A little bit. Only a bit though. Oceanids are surprisingly bad at defending versus cavalry. So you can typically just jump their range units. And once it's a melee fest, then you get to go ham. Oh boy. Tomorrow's gonna be crazy though. Tomorrow's gonna be freaky. At least I'm not streaming, so I can sit back, relax in the comfort of my own space. This is random, but I just thought of something you mentioned a while ago. You wanted to make Glacial Sanctuary work? Oh, yeah, Crystal Sanctuary. That's the ward save boost on the Kislev lore of magic. You think that plus Elemental Incarnate could be neat? Yeah, I could see that. Usually you want to be staying pretty mobile. But if you're invincible, you don't have to be mobile. It would give it more staying power if you're in a blob. I think especially for the net builds that people bring versus the SE blob, it does actually work. What build would you use for Bretonia versus Demons of Chaos? I think Royal Pegasus Knights are not bad. Though the air game is definitely a little sketchier. But like if you take some Yeomen and some Royal Pegasus Knights, I think you already have quite a bit of teeth. Because you win the cav fight and you get to skirmish for free. Demons of Chaos have terrible counter skirmish options. Just the Noxbringer. But if you dodge it at a high enough level, it's kind of chill. What time is the tourney tomorrow? 10 p.m. EST. 1 hour earlier than I usually stream. Or 5 hours, 12 minutes earlier from now. Double Hippo. I don't like Hippogriff Knights that much. I think they're a little too bulky and too expensive. I know you like them though. What's about Slanesh balance? Slanesh is actually not that bad because they're passive. Their army ability charge up got slower. It's significantly slower now, so they really don't feel that bad. How to deal with the mass skirmishers you played versus Khorne earlier? How to deal with the skirmishers? I think Khorne, one of the worst matchups is Empire Kite. And doesn't like thick birds, confirmed. I don't know. Charix doesn't even use him. He goes for the Royal Pegasus Knights. Do you think Chimera should be nerfed? It's definitely really strong. It might not need to be nerfed though. Like it might just be a good version of a dragon. Like, I think it brings interesting gameplay, and if you nerfed it, kind of gets just taken off. I don't know. It's cool having breath attacks back in the game. Like, I wish dragons were played more. So I don't know. In terms of general power level, it could probably use a slight decrease to be in line with other stuff. You know, just make it a little bit more expensive. But I do like how it interacts with a lot of stuff. The big problem though is you just can't run it if people have Tempest. When's the tournament? Tomorrow. The big one is tomorrow. Versus Slanesh build, Royal Pegasus Knights are kind of useless. I think Hippogriff Knights are also kind of useless. Versus Slanesh SE blob. Tell me the ROR Chimera isn't OP. Does it have the deeps? Does it have the deeps to pay for itself? If you man-tide, can you catch it with cavalry? People don't always run it because it gets hard counted by anti-air spells. Or does it? Can you just heal if they Tempest it? Maybe you just heal it, and then life is good. Maybe it is OP, I don't know. I don't see a lot of people using it though. Don't like 2 factions have Tempest, maybe 3. So we have High Elves, we have the Wood Elves, Vampire counts get kind of count, I guess. Anything else? Yeah, it has crazy durability. Lizardmen have Tempest. But yeah, I guess, I don't know, not a lot of them. Not a lot of them have Tempest. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. They did hard carry pretty hard though. This tournament's going a bit long. I might actually have to dip after this game. I might have to dip. But we'll watch one Vampire Counts versus Norska, and then, yeah, I think I actually have to go. Dang it, real life. Why? The heal feels a little too strong. Yeah, I think the stat bonus alone is already really good. The heal is crazy. Still on the fence about the Dreadmaw. Dreadmaw definitely doesn't do well versus mass cavalry builds. But it's super good versus infantry. And I think it just denying an entire playstyle is probably going to result in it getting nerfed. The thing that saves a Dreadmaw is that it's a relatively high skill ceiling unit. So if it's not super oppressive at the lower levels, it might not see bannery. What do you mean you have an actual life? I know. My long break from Warhammer, the intent was to get a proper work-life balance. My old days of streaming exclusively and just no-lifing it are sadly over. Pleasure Seekers versus Dreadmaws, which gets nerfed first. I think Dreadmaw should get nerfed first. I think Pleasure Seekers will get nerfed first. Because the Dreadmaw is like a hidden terror. People, like, they don't make people, like, go crazy. But the Pleasure Seeker, it's going to surround your lord and they're going to freak out, flip a table, you know? Does the Warhammer life really pay better than the engineer life? Well, no. I'm also not an engineer. Well, I guess software engineer. But no, I'm not doing that, man. I'm working on my life, not my job. Pleasure Seekers seem so broken in campaign. Dang, that's new. Though in campaign, anything that's expensive is just good. Spamming expensive stuff is kind of bonkers. The best way to balance Dreadmaws is to limit them only to Norska. That would be not bad. Alright, so they should be starting soon. And then I'm gonna have to run. $19 Praeton army on the way. Okay, alright. I guess that would bankrupt your campaign immediately. And suck. Though, in campaign, is there any way you can give them more missile resist? Because then they become almost immune to missiles. And then it would be okay. It would be the most okay Doom stack ever. With the mask. We had a cooldown timer for burrowing back underground. There is a cooldown. It's just your first burrow underground has a cooldown. But they're all individual cooldowns. So unburrow, reburrow, and reposition are all separate cooldowns. If they were all linked and added like plus 15 seconds every time you used one, then it would be a little bit more manageable. Okay, so I need to go in... Okay, I have like 30 minutes. So I'll still have to dip after this game, sadly, but... So be it. So be it. At least you can Buna Pleasure Seekers. Fiends, on the other hand. Yeah, Fiends... Fiends, I'm happy they got a nerf. It's a little weird that it was only 25 gold, but I'll take it, man. Fiends don't really have a good counter. You just kind of accept that they have cavalry that's immune to everything. And you just kind of have to fight them straight up. They're a devastating unit. Though their damage against super high melee defense is surprisingly low. They lack that melee attack. But yeah, this is a Norska versus Vampire counts. I think Berserk will play this, probably, if he plays it with a lot of Barrowmen, I'd be a little surprised. I think if you're playing Norska, you rely heavily on your Berserkers. Oh yeah, you can just spam Demon Nets so early in campaigns. Honestly, campaigns don't feel long enough anymore. I've been telling C for a long time that it doesn't feel like their campaigns have a late game anymore. You just get to the Doomstack phase by like turn 20 and then it's over. Wrathmongers are definitely more of a brain dead unit. I think Wrathmongers are they're good, but ever since their speed reduction, they do get countered hard by Kite. They hate getting kited, man. They can't catch anything anymore. Come on, Scrambled. Finish up, please. 100% Mask campaign is cracked. Oh yeah, Mask is crazy, man. Yo, I speedran that so hard. Yeah, there they go. Graveguard, Bearmen, a Mammoth, and some Horsemen. Okay, so the Mammoth is obviously the DPS. It's a ludicrous amount of Graveguard. Norska does have an SE build, and there's no dragon. So if he took a Dragon Lord, he could cycle charge the Mammoth to death. This is different. Dang it. Come on. Did someone crash? I think someone crashed, maybe. Oh, come on. And we're back. There's the wrong map. Yo, it's interesting that I just loaded straight in. That's pretty cool. All right. Here we go. On the correct map this time. It's gonna be Norska SE Blob versus a bunch of Crypt Horrors. I think this is generally bad for Norska. It's what the masses asked for. I think the masses have enough power trip campaigns. Surely, like, aren't AAA games supposed to appeal to a wide variety of players? Why, like, what's the favorite you know, color in Magic, right? Imagine, like, let's say the most popular color is red. And then they're like, you know what? People really like this red Magic. What if we just remove all the other colors and stick with that? It doesn't make sense. And I feel like that's what they're doing with Warhammer. Maybe I'm crazy, though. Here we go. The Mammoth War Shrine gives a leadership buff. Gives a Phys Res increase. Lots of deeps. Lots of anti-infantry. Got a little bit of capture here. But yeah, if it's just not worth it to them, I want them to tell it to my face. Tell it to my face. Alright, so we got an early capture here. Scrambled is spamming a couple zombies, getting into formation, and we're seeing an advance now. Kemmler, what's he got? Ah, Krell, hell yeah. We got Raised Dead, some Nahak. Berserk, though, marching confidently forwards with the power of Bjorg. We got Throg with the Unbreakable Aura. Wintertooth Crown, very nice for that. It's actually quite huge, 55 meters. Bjorg is quite stacked, too. These guys are ready to fight, man. They want to fight so badly. And this thing also gives Vigor replenishment. That's a sign that he wants to just sit there and grind for the next 10 minutes. Can you actually out-grind the vampire counts, though? We'll see. A little bit of a push forwards with the horsemen. It's a triple cap situation. This is good for Norska. Buys them a lot of time. And the undead are just having a hard time getting their zombies into position. They're walking. They're shambling. But they ain't that fast. Vampire counts are very good at holding. Very bad at actually getting to the points. Some cycle charges from the horsemen too. Gonna get a little bit of work done on the zombies. More importantly, though, it slows them down. One horseman, though, getting surrounded. Will he be attacked? Looks like no. Dead zombie. Rip him. Hey, not terrible. How aggressive is he going to be with the mammoth, though? That's what I want to see. And does vampire counts have a solution? They technically have crypt horrors. Crypt horrors are excellent at dealing with big monsters. They'll just body block them, pin them down, and smack them with the little bone clubs. Bjorg actually, he activated his ability by charging. Only to not really do that much. But hey, he killed, no Graveguard. Graveguard, they're just looking at him. They're like, come at us. Bjorg just shaking his booty at them. Turns around. Yeah, that's right. And boom! Smacked in the face. Still didn't kill Graveguard. No, he killed one. This is what you come here to see. Dang, those animations up. Graveguard getting flung around left, right, and center. Quite a bit of deeps. Vampire count still very far back. Throg with the sick breath attack too. Boom. Quarter HP off of this Graveguard. Maybe 20%. Not bad. It's good chip damage. Especially because these corpse cards are not the healing variety. So it's not bad. I would say this is decent. The big W, though, is the fact that the vampire counts are just not advancing. I don't know what's with all the vampire counts that don't like to advance anymore. I guess it makes sense, though. Okay, so this is probably what's going through Scrambled Egg's brain. So I don't think this is just a misplay. He's probably just building up. He knows single entity builds will generally uptrade, but their DPS is much lower than a conventional army. And you lose when you get army wiped as vampire counts. So knowing that, yes, you're going to be down trading, he wants a slightly larger army so that he can stay on the battlefield longer and win that way. Potentially, that's the idea he has going on here. Bjorg is surrounded too. He's getting bullied. There's a Krell on him. But he does have the war cry. He has the thrill of battle. Look at that. And +9 melee defense. So he only gets tankier here. But if Krell routs him off, that's a lot of value down the drain. Norska. Gonna take the tussle here. What is that? Marauder Champion, great weapons. Dang, alright. Dude, Bjorg, you're better than this. Is he gonna route? That would be crazy. Krell's good though. Krell has that anti-large bonus. Crazy plus 20 anti-large. So Bjorg's crazy melee defense doesn't cook. It looks like he is actually gonna route. Big misplay from the Norskins. Bjorg is down for the count. So it's just gonna be this Mammoth. And Throg. Now Throg's a good fighter. There's not a lot of big single entities either. So it's not like Bjorg is absolutely needed. But that's a solid, you know, 500 value at least that he could have gone. Big Flame Storm on the zombies. Looking pretty good. Stops the healing too. For the Crypt Horrors. Not bad. The Marauder Champions are routed. Honestly, this Norska build doesn't have a lot of teeth. When it comes to the actual grind, the only guys that can get value are the Mammoth and Throg. But the Horrors are just annihilating everything. He gets a nice burning head, but I don't know, man. It's looking kind of sus. Even the Berserkers are looking kind of roughed up. Burning head clips into the Horsemen too. They don't like that. And we are seeing a potential double cap here for the Vampire counts. Always risky going so single entity favored. And especially without Bjorg's 3 capture weight, Vampire counts are slowly but surely getting that point. Now a bit faster with Graveguard. It's going to come down to Throg and the Mammoth for sure. Now the Mammoth is quite built up now. It's giving a 6% physical resist aura and some good old vigor. So they're doing all right over there. But I don't think there's enough killing power here. What's the score? 0-0, but I'm going to have to leave after this. Mammoth smacks the Crypt Horrors. The damage is all right. The Mammoth is doing fine. 600 gold for a tiny bit of HP means that it can get many thousands over the course of the battle. But only if it still has support. Most of the support's dying though. Counts capture the second point. They're heading over to this one. And all that money in one place is not holding the point. Meanwhile, the Vampire counts, they're everywhere. One Bearman marching at 31 speed, trying to do their best, but they're not going to get there in time. Second Crypt Ghoul shows up. That means this point will be captured quite quickly. And with the advent of the Graveguard, oh, I don't think this is going to be good. Burning Head drops. Oh no, not the Marauder Berserkers. Oh, they're getting roasted toasted by their own Flame Storm. Brutal. Burning Head, fairly nice deeps, but there's too much undead, isn't there? Graveguard have arrived. This is 3 cav units versus 2 Crypt Ghouls and a crumbling zombie. Still very close. Graveguard accelerating that capture rate though. Bearman still walking. 31 speed is not very fast. Will they be able to hold it though? I think with the Horsemen, maybe. Oh, it's gonna be close. But another Crypt Ghoul shows up. It's gonna be just enough. And that is going to spell a very bad position for the Norskins. Now, the Vampire counts did wait a very long time. So they are behind on points. This is gonna take a while to actually finish up. It's gonna take a hot second. If Norska can re-secure 1 point in the next minute, they do win on a 1 cap. But that is a dead sorcerer. That's a lot of damage off the table. Crypt Horrors, like I said, very strong versus single entities. The Mammoth, yeah, he ain't doing too well. Half HP already. Decent amount of value. And, you know, the Vigor is looking good. Throg is healthy. Mammoth is healthy. But I don't think it's enough. Throg's been attacking all day, man. He's full HP. He still has so much fight left in him. But are there any Norskins left? I don't think so. I don't think so. Know of another channel streaming this? Like this in particular? No. Not this tournament. But yeah, I remember the War Shrine going down. This is Jover. It's super Jover. I think the Norskin build was just very ill-equipped to deal with this Vampire counts build. Nothing to really punish the Crypt Horrors. No, no Javelins or anything. No Marauder spam to hold the points. Crypt Ghouls are doing their best though. And here they go. Slowly but surely. Oh, dang, he pulls away. Dang, look at that. Berserk has some very good micro. Oh boy, and there's a Blood Knights now. Okay, yeah, now it's super over. With Blood Knights on the battlefield, that is the mobility game completely lost on the Norskins. I think that one unit of Blood Knights, literally, if you remove every single Vampire Counts unit right now, and you just have this one Blood Knight, they might actually kill everything. Unironically, if they got into a melee grind, they'd be able to kill everything. Maybe Throg would survive. If they fought one at a time, they absolutely win. Mammoth. Sad guy, he's down. Throg, what's his value at? 1400. Can't carry anymore. And it's all horsemen. Horsemen are really good in the late game. They're really good when you're ahead to capture. But in this case, not enough. GG's. Now these players will be continuing their best of 3. But I must go. The will of the work-life balance has called upon me. And we must leave. So I will see you guys later. Hope you guys had a fun time watching this. Tomorrow we'll be playing in the big tournament. I won't be streaming, but you can probably find it on Turin's stream. So keep an eye out for that. And with all going well, maybe we'll even get first place. We'll see. Peace. And have a wonderful rest of your day.